Chapter 7, Part 4 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy55. The Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 7, The War of America, the Unready, Part 4, and Appendix A to Chapter 7. The health of the troops was not good, and speedily became very bad. There was some dysentery and a little yellow fever, but most of the trouble was from a severe form of malaria fever. The Washington authorities had behaved better than those in actual command of the expedition at one crisis. Immediately after the first day's fighting around Santiago, the latter had hinted by cable to Washington that they might like to withdraw, and Washington had emphatically vetoed the proposal. I record this all the more gladly because there were not too many gleams of good sense shown in the home management of the war, although I wish to repeat that the real blame for this rested primarily with us ourselves, the people of the United States, who had for years pursued in military matters a policy that rendered it certain that there would be ineptitude and failure in high places if ever a crisis came. After the siege, Washington showed no knowledge whatever of the conditions around Santiago, and proposed to keep the army there. This had meant that at least 3/4 of the men would either have died or have been permanently invalided, or as a virulent form of malaria was widespread, and there was a steady growth of dysentery and other complaints. No object of any kind was to be gained by keeping the army in or near the captured city. General Schaefer tried his best to get the Washington authorities to order the army home. As he failed to accomplish anything, he called a council of the division and brigade commanders and the chief medical officers to consult over the situation. Although I had command of a brigade, I was only a colonel, and so I did not attend, but the general informed me that I was particularly wanted, and accordingly I went. At the council, General Schaefer asked the medical authorities as to conditions, and they united in informing him that they were very bad and were certain to grow much worse, and that in order to avoid frightful ravages from disease, chiefly due to malaria, the army should be sent back at once to some part of the northern United States. The general then explained that he could not get the War Department to understand the situation, that he could not get the attention of the public, and that he felt that there should be some authoritative publication which would make the War Department take action before it was too late to avert the ruin of the army. All who were in the room expressed their agreement. Then the reason for my being present came out. It was explained to me by General Schaefer and by others that as I was a volunteer officer and intended immediately to return to civil life, I could afford to take risks which the regular army men could not afford to take and ought not to be expected to take, and that therefore I ought to make the publication in question. Because to incur the hostility of the War Department would not make any difference to me, whereas it would be destructive to the men in the regular army, or to those who hoped to get into the regular army. I thought this true, and said I would write a letter or make a statement which would then be published. Brigadier General Ames, who was in the same position that I was, also announced that he would make a statement. When I left the meeting, it was understood that I was to make my statement as an interview in the press, but Wood, who was by that time Brigadier General commanding the city of Santiago, gave me a quiet hint to put in my statement in the form of a letter to General Schaefer, and this I accordingly did. When I had written my letter, the correspondents of the Associated Press, who had been informed by others of what had occurred, accompanied me to General Schaefer. I presented the letter to General Schaefer, who waved it away and said, "I don't want to take it. Do whatever you wish with it." I, however, insisted on handing it to him, whereupon he shoved it toward the correspondents of the Associated Press, who took hold of it, and I released my hold. General Ames made a statement direct to the correspondent, and also sent a cable to the Assistant Secretary of the Navy at Washington, a copy which he gave to the correspondent. By this time, the other division and brigade commanders who were present felt that they had better take action themselves. They united in a round robin to General Schaefer, which General Wood dictated, and which was signed by General Kent, Gates, Chaffee, Sumner, Ludlow, Ames, and Wood, and by myself. General Wood handed this to General Schaefer, and it was made public by General Schaefer precisely as mine was made public. Later, I was much amused when General Schaefer stated that he could not imagine how my letter and the round robin got out. When I saw this statement, I appreciated how wise Wood had been in hinting to me not to act on the suggestion of the general that I should make a statement to the newspapers, but to put my statement in the form of a letter to him as my superior officer, a letter which I delivered to him. Both the letter and the round robin were written in General Schaefer's wish, and at the unanimous suggestion of all the commanding and medical officers of the 5th Army Corps, and both were published by General Schaefer. General Wood writes me, "The representative of the Associated Press was very anxious to get a copy of this dispatch or see it, and I told him it was impossible for him to have it or see it. I then went in to General Schaefer and stated the case to him, handing him the dispatch, saying, 'The matter is now in your hands.' He, General Schaefer, then said, 'I don't care whether this gentleman has it or not,' and I left it then. When I went back to the general, told me he had given the press representative a copy of the dispatch and that he had gone to the office with it. In a regiment, the prime need is to have fighting men. The prime virtue is to be able and eager to fight with the utmost effectiveness. I have never believed that this was incompatible with other virtues. On the contrary, while there are, of course, exceptions, I believe that on the average the best fighting men are also the best citizens. I do not believe that a finer set of natural soldiers than the men of my regiment could have been found anywhere, and they were first-class citizens in civil life also. One fact may perhaps be worthy of note. Whenever we were in camp and so fixed that we could have regular meals, we used to have a general's officers' mess, over which I, of course, presided. During our entire service, there was never a foul or indecent word uttered at the officers' mess. I mean this literally. And there was very little swearing, although now and then in the fighting, if there was a moment when swearing seemed to be the best method of reaching the heart of the matter, it was resorted to. The men I cared for most in the regiment were the men who did the best work, and therefore my liking for them was obligated to take the shape of exposing them to the most fatigue and hardship, of demanding from them the greatest service, and of making them incur the greatest risk. Once I kept Greenway and Goodrich at work for 48 hours, without sleeping, and with very little food, fighting and digging trenches. I freely sent the men for whom I cared most to where death might smite them and death often smote them, as it did the two best officers in my regiment, Allen Capron and Buckley O'Neill. My men would not have respected me had I acted otherwise. Their creed was my creed. The life even of the most useful man, of the best citizen, is not to be hoarded if there be need to spend it. I felt and feel this is about others, and of course also about myself. This is one reason why I have always felt impatient contempt for the effort to abolish the death penalty on account of sympathy with criminals. I am not willing to listen to arguments in favor of abolishing the death penalty so far as they are based purely on grounds of public expediency, although these arguments have never convinced me. But inasmuch as, without hesitation, in the performance of my duty, I have again and again sent good and gallant and upright men to die, it seems to me the height of a folly both mischievous and mawkish to contend that criminals who have deserved death should nevertheless be allowed to shirk it. No brave and good man can properly shirk death, and no criminal who has earned death should be allowed to shirk it. One of the best men of our regiment was the British military attaché, Captain Arthur Lee, an old friend. The other military attachés were hurled together at headquarters and saw little. Captain Lee, who had known me in Washington, escaped and stayed with the regiment. He grew to feel that he was one of us and made him an honorary member. There were two other honorary members. One was Richard Harding Davis, who was with us continually and who performed valuable service on the fighting line. The other was a regular officer, Lieutenant Parker, who had a battery of Gatlings. We were with this battery throughout the San Juan fighting, and we grew to have the strongest admiration for Parker as a soldier and the strongest liking for him as a man. During our brief campaign, we were closely and intimately thrown with various regular officers of the type of Mills, Howells, and Parker. We felt not merely fondness for them as officers and gentlemen, but pride in them as Americans. It is a fine thing to feel that we have in the Army and in the Navy modest, efficient, gallant gentlemen of this type, doing such disinterested work for the honor of the flag and of the nation. No American can overpay the debt of gratitude we all of us owe to the officers and enlisted men of the Army and of the Navy. Of course, with a regiment of our type, there was much to learn both among the officers and the men. There were all kinds of funny incidents. One of my men, an ex-cowpuncher and former roundup cook, a very good shot and rider, got into trouble on the way down on the transport. He understood entirely that he had to obey the officers of his own regiment, but, like so many volunteers, or at least like so many volunteers of my regiment, he did not understand that this obligation extended to officers of other regiments. One of the regular officers on the transport ordered him to do something which he declined to do. When the officer told him to consider himself under arrest, he responded by offering to fight him for a trifling consideration. He was brought before a court-martial which sentenced him to a year's imprisonment at hard labor with dishonorable discharge, and the major general commanding the division approved the sentence. We were on the transport. There was no hard labor to do, and the prison consisted of another cowpuncher who kept guard over him with his carbine, evidently divided in his feelings as to whether he would like most to shoot him or to let him go. When we landed, somebody told the prisoner that I intended to punish him by keeping him with the baggage. He at once came to me in great agitation, saying, "Colonel, they say you're going to leave me with the baggage when the fight is on. Colonel, if you do that, I will never show my face in Arizona again. Colonel, If you will let me go to the front, I promise I will obey anyone you say, Colonel. With the evident feeling that, after this concession, I could not, as a gentleman, refuse his request. Accordingly, I answered, Shields, there is no need, and there is no one in this regiment more entitled to be shot than you are, and you shall go to the front. His gratitude was great, and he kept repeating, I'll never forget this, Colonel, never. Nor did he. When we got very hard up, he would now and then manage to get hold of some flour and sugar, and would cook a donut and bring it round to me, and watch me with a delighted smile as I ate it. He behaved extremely well in both fights, and after the second one I had him formally before me and remitted his sentence, something of which, of course, I had not the slightest power to do, although at the time it seemed natural and proper to me. When we came to be mustered out, the regular officer who was doing the mustering after all the men had been discharged finally asked me where the prisoner was. I said, What prisoner? He said, The prisoner, the man who was sentenced to a year's imprisonment with hard labor and dishonorable discharge. I said, Oh, I pardon him. To which he responded, I beg your pardon? You did what? This made me grasp the fact that I had exceeded authority, and I could only answer, Well, I did pardon him. Anyhow, he has gone with the rest. Whereupon the mustering out officer sank back in his chair and remarked, He was sentenced by a court-martial, and the sentence was approved by the major general commanding the division. You were a lieutenant colonel, and you pardoned him? Well, it was nervy, that's all I'll say. The simple fact was that under the circumstances, it was necessary for me to enforce discipline and control the regiment, and therefore to reward and punish individuals in whatever way the exigencies demanded. I often explained to the men what the reasons for an order were the first time it was issued, if there was any trouble on their part in understanding what they were required to do. They were very intelligent and very eager to do their duty, and I hardly ever had any difficulty the second time with them. If, however, there was the slightest willful shirking of duty or insubordination, I punished instantly and mercilessly, and the whole regiment cordially backed me up. To have punished men for faults and shortcomings which they had no opportunity to know was such would have been as unwise as to have permitted any of the occasional bad characters to exercise the slightest license. It was a regiment which was sensitive about its dignity and was very keen alive to justice and to courtesy, but which cordially approved absence of mollycoddling, insistence upon the performance of duty, and summary punishment of wrongdoing. In the final fighting at San Juan, when we captured one of the trenches, Jack Greenway had seized a Spaniard, and shortly afterwards I found Jack leading his captive around with a string. I told him to turn him over to a man who had 2 or 3 other captives, so that they should all be taken to the rear. It was the only time I ever saw Jack look aggrieved. Why, Colonel? Can't I keep him for myself? He asked plaintively. I think he had an idea that as a trophy of his bow and spear, the Spaniard would make a fine body servant. One reason that we never had the slightest trouble in the regiment was because when we got down to hard paying, officers and men shared exactly alike. It is all right to have differences in food and the likes in times of peace and plenty when everybody is comfortable. But in really hard times, officers and men must share alike if the best work is to be done. As long as I had nothing but 2 hard tacks, which were the allowance to each man on the morning after the San Juan fight, no one could complain. But if I had had any private little luxuries, the men would very naturally have realized keenly their own shortages. Soon after the Guasimas fight, we were put on short commons, and as I knew that a good deal of food had been landed, it was on the beach at Sobonay, I marched 30 or 40 of the men down to see if I could not get some and bring it up. I finally found a commissary officer, and he asked me what I wanted, and I answered anything he had. So he told me to look out for myself. I found a number of sacks of beans, I think about 1,100 pounds, on the beach, and told the officer that I wanted 1,100 pounds of beans. He produced a book of regulation. He showed me the appropriate section and subdivision which announced that beans were issued only for the officers' mess. This did me no good, and I told him so. He said he was sorry, and I answered that he was not as sorry as I was. I then studied on it, as Bill Rabbit would say, and came back with a request for 11 pounds of beans for the officers' mess. He said, "Why, Colonel, your officers can't eat 1,100 pounds of beans." To which I responded, "You don't know what appetites my officers have." He then said he would send the requisition to Washington. I told him I was quite willing so long as he gave me the beans. He was a good fellow, so we finally effected a working compromise. He got the requisition, and I got the beans, although he warned me that the price would probably be deducted from my salary. Under some regulation or other, only the regular supply trains were allowed to act, and we were supposed not to have any horses or mules in the regiment itself. This was very pretty in theory, but as a matter of fact, the supply trains were not numerous enough. My men had a natural genius for acquiring horse flesh in odd ways, and I continually found that they had staked out in the bush various captured Spaniards, cavalry horses, and Cuban ponies, and abandoned commissary mules. Putting these together, I would organize a small pack train and worked it industriously for a day or two, until they learned about it at headquarters and confiscated it. Then I would have to wait for a week or so until my men had accumulated some more ponies, horses, and mules, the regiment meanwhile living in plenty on what we had got before the train was confiscated. All of our men were good at accumulating horses, but within our own ranks, I think we were inclined to award the palm of our chaplain. There was not a better man in the regiment than the chaplain, and there could not have been a better chaplain for our men. He took care of the sick and the wounded. He never spared himself, and he did every duty. In addition, he had a natural aptitude for acquiring mules, which made some admire. When the regiment was disbanded, proposed that we should have a special medal struck for him with, on the observed, a mule peasant and chaplain regarded. After the surrender of Santiago, a Philadelphia clergyman whom I knew came down to General Wheeler's headquarters, and after visiting him announced that he intended to call on the Rough Riders because he knew their colonel. One of the General Wheeler's aides, Lieutenant Steele, who liked us both individually and as a regiment, and who appreciated some of our ways, asked the clergyman, after he had announced that he knew Colonel Roosevelt, "But do you know Colonel Roosevelt's regiment?" "No," said the clergyman. "Very well then, let me give you a piece of advice. When you go down to see the colonel, don't let your horses out of your sight, and if the chaplain is there, don't get off the horse." We came back to Montauk Point, and soon after were disbanded. We had been in the service only a little over 4 months. There are no 4 months of my life to which I look back with more pride and satisfaction. I believe most earnestly and sincerely in peace, but as things are yet in this world, the nation that cannot fight, the people that have lost the fighting edge, that have lost the virile virtues, occupy a position as dangerous as it is ignoble. The future greatness of America in no small degree depends upon the possession by the average American citizen of the qualities which my men showed when they served under me at Santiago. Moreover, there is one thing in connection with this war which it is well that our people should remember. Our people who genuinely love the peace of righteousness, the peace of justice, and I would be ashamed to be other than a lover of the peace of righteousness and of justice. The true preachers of peace who strive earnestly to bring nearer the day when peace shall obtain among all peoples, and who really do help forward the cause, are men who never hesitate to choose righteous war when it is the only alternative to unrighteous peace. These are the men who, like Dr. Lyman Abbott, have backed every genuine movement for peace in this country, and who nevertheless recognize our clear duty to war for the freedom of Cuba. But there are other men who put peace ahead of righteousness, and who care so little for facts that they treat fantastic declarations for immediate universal arbitration as being valuable instead of detrimental to the cause they profess to champion, and who seek to make the United States impotent for international good under the pretense of making us impotent for international evil. All the men of this kind, and all of the organizations they have controlled since we began our career as a nation, all put together, have not accomplished 100th part as much for both peace and righteousness, have not done 100th part as much either for ourselves or for other peoples as was accomplished by the people of the United States when they fought the war with Spain, and with resolute good faith and common sense worked out the solution of the problems which sprang from the war. Our Army and Navy, and above all our people, learned some lessons from the Spanish War and applied them to our own uses. During the following decade, the improvement in our Navy and Army was very great, not in material only, but also in personnel, and above all, in the ability to handle our forces in good-sized units. By 1908, when our battle fleet streamed around the world, the Navy had become in every respect as fit a fighting instrument as any other navy in the world, fleet for fleet. Even in size, there was but one nation, England, which was completely out of our class, and in view of our relations with England and all the English-speaking peoples, this was of no consequence. Of our army, of course, as much could not be said. Nevertheless, the improvement in efficiency was marked. Our artillery was still very inferior in training and practice to the artillery arm of any one of the great powers such as Germany, France, or Japan, a condition which we only then began to remedy. By the workmanlike speed and efficiency with which the expedition of some 6,000 troops of all arms were mobilized and transported to Cuba during the Revolution of 1908 showed that, as regards our cavalry and infantry, we had at least reached a point where we could assemble and handle in first-rate fashion expeditionary forces. This is mighty little to boast of for a nation of our wealth and population. It is not pleasant to compare it with the extraordinary feats of contemporary Japan and the Balkan peoples, but, such as it is, it represents a long stride in advance over conditions as they were in 1898. Appendix A manly letter. There was a sequence to the round-robin incident which caused a little stir at the moment. Secretary Alger had asked me to write him freely from time to time. Accordingly, after the surrender of Santiago, I wrote him begging that the cavalry division might be put into the Puerto Rican fighting, preparatory to what we supposed would be the big campaign against Havana in the fall. In the letter, I extolled the merits of the Rough Riders and of the regulars, announcing with much complacency that each of our regiments were worth 3 of the National Guard regiments, armed with their archaic black powder rifles. Secretary Alger believed, mistakenly, that I had made public the round robin and was naturally irritated, and I suddenly received from him a published telegram, not alluding to the round robin incident, but quoting my reference to the comparative merits of the cavalry regiments and the National Guard regiments and revoking them for me. The publication of the extract from my letter was not calculated to help me secure the votes of the National Guard if I ever became a candidate for office. However, I did not mind the matter much, for I had at the time no idea of being a candidate for anything. While in the campaign, I ate and drank and thought and dreamed regiment and nothing but regiment until I got the brigade, and then I devoted all my thoughts to handling the brigade. Anyhow, there was nothing I could do about the matter. I quote this sentence from memory. It is substantially correct. When our transport reached Montauk Point, an Army officer came aboard and before doing anything else handed me a sealed letter from the Secretary of War which ran as follows. War Department, Washington, August the 10th, 1898. Dear Colonel Roosevelt, you have been a most gallant officer and in the battle before Santiago showed superb soldierly qualities. I would rather add to than detract from the honors you have so fairly won, and I wish you all good things. In a moment of aggravation, under great stress of feeling, first because I thought you spoke in a disparaging manner of the volunteers, probably without intent, but because of your great enthusiasm for your own men, and second, that I believed your published letter would embarrass the department, I sent you a telegram which, with an exact from a private letter of yours, I gave to the press. I would gladly recall both if I could, but unable to do that, I write you this letter, which I hope you will receive in the same friendly spirit in which I send it. Come and see me at a very early day. No one will welcome you more heartily than I. Yours very truly, signed, R. A. Alger. I thought this a manly letter, and paid no more heed to the incident. And when I was president, and General Alger was senator from Michigan, he was my staunch friend, and on most matters my supporter. End of chapter 7, part 4. Recording by Daisy 55. Chapter 7 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 7, The War of America, The Unready, Part 5. Appendix B, The San Juan Fight. The San Juan Fight took its name from the San Juan Hill, or hills. I do not know whether the name properly belonged to a line of hills or to only one hill. To compare small things with large things, this was precisely as the Battle of Gettysburg took its name from the village of Gettysburg, where only a small part of the fighting was done, and the Battle of Waterloo from the village of Waterloo, where none of the fighting was done. When it became the political interest of certain people to endeavor to minimize my part in the Santiago fighting, which was merely like that of various other squadron, battalion, and regiment commanders, some of my opponents laid great stress on the alleged fact that the cavalry did not charge up San Juan Hill. We certainly charged some hills, but I did not ask their names before charging them. To say that the Rough Riders and the cavalry division, and among other people myself, were not in the San Juan fight is precisely like saying that the men who made Pickett's charge or the men who fought at Little Round Top in Culp's Hill were not at Gettysburg, or that Picton and the Scott Greys and the French and English guards were not at Waterloo. The present Vice President of the United States in the campaign last year was reported in the press as repeatedly saying that I was not in the San Juan fight. The documents following herewith have been printed for many years and were accessible to him had he cared to know or to tell the truth. These documents speak for themselves. The first is the official report issued by the War Department. From this, it will be seen that there were in the Santiago fighting 30 infantry and cavalry regiments represented. 6 of these were volunteer, of which one was the Rough Riders. The other 24 were regular regiments. The percentage of loss of our regiment was about 7 times as great as that of the other 5 volunteer regiments. Of the 24 regular regiments, 22 suffered a small percentage of loss that we suffered. 2, the 6th United States Infantry and the 13th United States Infantry, suffered a slightly greater percentage of loss, 26% and 23% as against 22%. Nominations by the President. To be Colonel by brevet, Lieutenant Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, 1st Volunteer Cavalry for gallantry in battle, La Gusama, Cuba, June 24, 1898. To be Brigadier General by brevet, Lieutenant Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, 1st Volunteer Cavalry for gallantry in battle, Santiago de Cuba, July 1st, 1898. Nominated for brevet colonel to rank from June 24, 1898. Fort San Juan, Cuba, July 17, 1898. The Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C., through military channels. Sir, I have the honor to invite the attention to the following list of officers and enlisted men who specially distinguished themselves in the action at La Guasimas, Cuba, June 24, 1898. These officers and men have been recommended for favorable consideration by their immediate commanding officers in their respective reports and I would respectfully urge that favorable action be taken. Officers: in 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry, Colonel Leonard Wood, Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt. Respectfully, Joseph Wheeler, Major General, United States Volunteers, commanding. Headquarters, 2nd Cavalry Brigade, camp near Santiago de Cuba, Cuba, June 29, 1898. The Adjutant General Cavalry Division. Sir, by direction of the Major General commanding the Cavalry Division, I have the honor to submit the following report of the engagement of a part of this brigade with the enemy at Guaymas, Cuba on June 24th, accompanied by detailed reports from the regimental and other commanders engaged, and a list of the killed and wounded. I cannot speak too highly of the efficient manner in which Colonel Wood handled his regiment, and of his magnificent behavior on the field. The conduct of Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt, as reported to me by my 2 aides, deserves my highest commendation. Both Colonel Wood and Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt disdained to take advantage of shelter or cover from the enemy's fire while any of their men remained exposed to it. An error of judgment, but happily on the heroic side. Very respectfully, S. B. M. Young, Brigadier General, United States Volunteers, commanding. Headquarters, 1st Division, 2nd Army Corps, Camp McKenzie, Georgia, December 3rd of 1898. Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Sir, I have the honor to recommend Honorable Theodore Roosevelt, late Colonel, 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry, for a Medal of Honor as a reward for conspicuous gallantry at the Battle of San Juan, Cuba, on July 1st, 1898. Colonel Roosevelt, by his example and fearlessness, inspired his men, and both at Kettle Hill and the ridge known as San Juan, he led his command in person. I was an eyewitness of Colonel Roosevelt's action. As Colonel Roosevelt has left the service, a brevet commission is of no particular value in this case. Very respectfully, Samuel S. Sumner, Major General, United States Volunteers. West Point, New York, December 17th, 1898. My dear Colonel, I saw you led the line up the first hill. You were certainly the first officer to reach the top, and through your efforts and your personally jumping to the front, a line more or less thin, but strong enough to take it, was led by you to the San Juan or first hill. In this your life was placed in an extreme jeopardy, as you may recall, and as it proved by the number of dead left in that vicinity. Captain Stevens, then of the 9th Cavalry, now of the 2nd Cavalry, was with you, and I am sure he recalls your gallant conduct. After the line started on the advance from the first hill, I did not see you until our line was halted, under a most gallant fire at the extreme front, where you afterwards entrenched. I spoke to you there and gave instructions from General Sumner that the position was to be held and that there would be no further advance till further orders. You were the senior officer there, took charge of the line, scolded me for having my horse so high upon the ridge. At the same time you were exposing yourself most conspicuously while adjusting the line, for the example was necessary, as was proved when several colored soldiers, about 8 or 10, 24 infantry, I think, started at a run to the rear to assist a wounded colored soldier, and you drew your revolver and put a short and effective stop to such apparent stampede. It quieted them. That position was hot, and now I marvel at your escaping there. Very sincerely yours, Robert L. Howells. West Point, New York, December the 17th, 1898. I hereby certify that on July the 1st, 1898, Colonel, then Lieutenant Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, 1st Volunteer Cavalry, distinguished himself through the action and on 2 occasions during the battle when I was an eyewitness. His conduct was most conspicuous and clearly distinguished above other men as follows. Number 1. At the base of San Juan or First Hill, there was a strong wire fence or entanglement at which the line hesitated under a galling fire and where the losses were severe. Colonel Roosevelt jumped through the fence and by his enthusiasm, his example, and courage succeeded in leading to the crest of the hill a line sufficiently strong to capture it. In this charge, the cavalry brigade suffered its greatest loss, and the colonel's life was placed in extreme jeopardy, owing to the conspicuous position he took in leading the line and being the first to reach the crest of that hill while under heavy fire of the enemy at close range. Number 2. At the extreme advanced position occupied by our lines, Colonel Roosevelt found himself the senior, and under his instructions from General Sumner to hold that position, he displayed the greatest bravery and placed his life in extreme jeopardy by unavoidable exposure to severe fire while adjusting and strengthening the line, placing the men in positions which afforded best protection, etc., etc. His conduct and example steadied the men, and on one occasion, by severe but not unnecessarily measures, prevented a small detachment from stampeding to the rear. He displayed the most conspicuous gallantry, courage, and coolness in performing extraordinarily hazardous duty. Robert L. Howells, Captain A.A.G.U.S.V., 1st Lieutenant 6th United States Cavalry. To the Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C. Headquarters, United States Military Academy, West Point, New York, April the 5th, 1899. Lieutenant Colonel W. H. Carter, Assistant Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C. Sir, in compliance with the request contained in your letter of April the 30th of the board convened to consider the awarding of brevets, medals of honor, etc., for the Santiago campaign, that I state any facts within my knowledge as Adjutant General of the Brigade in which Colonel Theodore Roosevelt served to aid the board in determining, in connection with Colonel Roosevelt's application for a Medal of Honor, whether his conduct at Santiago was such as to distinguish him above others, I have the honor to submit the following. My duties on July 1, 1898 brought me in constant observation of and contact with Colonel Roosevelt from early morning until shortly before the climax of the assault of the Cavalry Division on the San Juan Hill, the so-called Kettle Hill. During this time, while under the enemy's artillery fire at El Poso, and while on the march from El Poso by the San Juan Ford to the point from which his regiment moved to the assault, about 2 miles, the greater part under fire, Colonel Roosevelt was conspicuous above any others I observed in his regiment in the zealous performance of duty and total disregard of his personal danger, and in his eagerness to meet the enemy. At El Poso, when the enemy opened on that base with artillery fire, a shrapnel bullet grazed and bruised one of Colonel Roosevelt's wrists. The incident did not lessen his hazardous exposure, but he continued so exposed until he had placed his command under cover. In moving to the assault of San Juan Hill, Colonel Roosevelt was most conspicuously brave, gallant, and indifferent to his own safety. He, in the open, led his regiment. No officer could have set a more striking example to his men or displayed greater intrepidity. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, A. L. Mills, Colonel, United States Army Superintendent. Headquarters, Department of Santiago de Cuba, Santiago de Cuba, December the 30th, 1898. To the Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C. Sir, I have the honor to make the following statement relative to the conduct of Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, late 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry during the assault upon San Juan Hill, July the 1st, 1898. I have already recommended this officer for a Medal of Honor, which I understand has been denied him, upon the ground that my previous letter was too indefinite. I base my recommendation upon the fact that Colonel Roosevelt, accompanied only by 4 or 5 men, led a very desperate and extremely gallant charge on San Juan Hill, thereby setting a splendid example to the troops and encouraging them to pass over the open country intervening between their position and the trenches of the enemy. In leading this charge, he started off first, as he supposed, with quite a following of men, but soon discovered that he was alone. He then returned and gathered up a few men and led them to the charge as above stated. The charge in itself was an extremely gallant one. An example set a most inspiring one to the troops in that part of the line, and while it is perfectly true that everybody finally went up the hill in good style, yet there is no doubt that the magnificent example set by Colonel Roosevelt had a very encouraging effect and had great weight in bringing up the troops behind him. During the assault, Colonel Roosevelt was the first to reach the trenches in his part of the line and killed one of the enemy with his own hand. I earnestly recommend that the medal be conferred upon Colonel Roosevelt, for I believe that he in every way deserves it, and that his services on the day in question were of great value and of a most distinguished character. Very respectfully, Leonard Wood, Major General, United States Volunteers, Commanding Department of Santiago de Cuba. Huntsville, Alabama, January 4th, 1899. The Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C. Sir, I have the honor to recommend that a Congressional Medal of Honor be given to Theodore Roosevelt, late Colonel 1st Volunteer Cavalry, for distinguished conduct and conspicuous bravery in command of his regiment in the charge on San Juan Hill, Cuba, July 1st, 1898. In compliance with GO 135, AGO 1898, I enclose my certificate showing my personal knowledge of Colonel Roosevelt's conduct. Very respectfully, C. J. Stevens, Captain, 2nd Cavalry. I hereby certify that on July 1st, 1898, at the Battle of San Juan, Cuba, I witnessed Colonel, then Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt, 1st Volunteer Cavalry, United States of America, mounted, leading his regiment in charge on San Juan. By his gallantry and strong personality, he contributed most materially to the success of the charge of the cavalry division up San Juan Hill. Colonel Roosevelt was among the first to reach the crest of the hill, and his dashing example, his absolute fearlessness, and gallant leading rendered his conduct conspicuous and clearly distinguished above other men. C. J. Stevens, Captain, 2nd Cavalry, late 1st Lieutenant, 9th Cavalry. Young's Island, South Carolina, December the 28th, 1898. To the Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C. Sir, believing that information relating to superior conduct on the part of any of the higher officers who participated in the Spanish-American War, and which information may not have been given, would be appreciated by the department over which you preside, I have the honor to call your attention to the part bore by Colonel Theodore Roosevelt of the late 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry in the Battle of July the 1st last. I do this not only because I think you ought to know, but because his regiment as a whole were very proud of his splendid actions that day and believe they call for that most coveted distinction of the American officer, the Medal of Honor. Held in support, he brought his regiment at exactly the right time, not only up to the line of regulars, but went through them and headed, on horseback, the charge on Kettle Hill. This being done on his own initiative, the regulars as well as his own men following. He then headed the charge on the next hill, both regulars and the 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry following. He was so eager in the entrenchments on the second hill that he shot and killed with a revolver one of the enemy before they broke completely. He then led the cavalry on the chain of hills overlooking Santiago, where he remained in charge of all of the cavalry that was at the extreme front for the rest of the day and night. His unhesitating gallantry in taking the initiative against entrenchments lined by men armed with rapid-fire guns certainly won him the highest consideration and admiration of all who witnessed his conduct throughout that day. What I here write I can bear witness to from personally having seen it. Very respectfully, M. J. Jenkins, Major, late 1st United States Cavalry. Prescott, A.T., December the 25th, 1898. I was Colonel Roosevelt's orderly at the Battle of San Juan Hill, and from that time on until I returned to Montauk Point, I was with him all through the fighting, and believe I was the only man who was always with him. Though during part of the time Lieutenants Ferguson and Greenwald were also close to him, he led our regiment forward on horseback until he came to the men of the 9th Cavalry lying down. He led us through these, and they got up and joined us. He gave the order to charge on Kettle Hill, and led us on horseback up the hill, both Rough Riders and the 9th Cavalry. He was first on the hill, I being very nearly alongside of him. Some Spanish riflemen were coming out of the entrenchments, and he killed one with his revolver. He took the men on to the crest of the hill and bade them begin firing on the blockhouse on the hill to our left, the one the infantry was attacking. When he took it, he gave the order to charge, and led the troops on Kettle Hill forward against the blockhouse on our front. He then had charge of all the cavalry on the hills overlooking Santiago, where we afterwards dug our trenches. He had commanded that afternoon and night, and for the rest of the time commanded our regiment at this point. Yours very truly, H. E. Bardshaw. Cambridge, Massachusetts, March 27th, 1902. Theodore Roosevelt, President of the United States, Washington, D.C. Dear Sir, at your request, I send you the following extracts from my diary and from notes taken on the day of the assault on San Juan. I kept in my pocket a small pad on which incidents were noted daily from the landing until the surrender. On the day of the fight, notes were taken just before Grimes first fired his first gun, just after the third reply from the enemy, when we were massed in the road about 70 paces from Grimes' guns, and when I was beginning to get scared and to think I would be killed. At the halt just before you advance, and under the shelter of the hills in the evening. Each time that notes were taken, the page was put in an envelope addressed to my wife. At the first chance they were mailed to her, and on my arrival in the United States the story of the fight, these taken from these notes, was entered in the diary I kept in that book. I make this lengthy explanation that you may see that everything put down was fresh in my memory. I quote from my diary. The tension on the men was great. Suddenly, a line of men appeared coming from our right. They were advancing through the long grass, deployed as skirmishers, and were under fire. At their head, or rather in front of them, and leading them, rode Colonel Roosevelt. He was very conspicuous, mounted as he was. The men were the Rough Riders, so called. I heard someone calling to them not to fire unto us, and seeing Colonel Carroll, reported to him and was told to go out and meet them and caution them as to our position, we being between them and the enemy. I did so, speaking to Colonel Roosevelt. I also told him we were under orders not to advance, and asked him if he had received any orders. He replied that he was going to charge the Spanish trenches. I told this to Colonel Carroll and to Captain Dimmick, our squadron commander. A few moments after the word passed down that our left, Captain Taylor, was about to charge, Captain McBain called out, "We must go in with those troops. We must support Taylor." I called this to Captain Dimmick, and he gave the order to assault. The cheer was taken up and taken up again on the left, and in the distance it rolled on and on. And so we started. Colonel Roosevelt, of the Rough Riders, started the whole movement on the left, which was the first advance of the assault. The following is taken from my notes and was hastily jotted down on the field. The Rough Riders came in line. Colonel Roosevelt said he would assault. Taylor joined them with his troops. McBain called to Dimmick, "Let us go. We must go to support them." Dimmick said, "All right." And so, with no orders, we went in. I find many of my notes are illegible from perspiration. My authority for saying Taylor in with you, joined with his troop, was the word passed to me and repeated to Captain Dimmick that Taylor was about to charge with you. I could not see his troop. I have not put it in my diary, but in another place I have noted that Colonel Carroll, who was acting as brigadier commander, told me to ask you if you had any orders. I have the honor to be, very respectfully, your obedient servant, Henry Anson Barber, Captain, 28th Infantry, formerly of 9th Cavalry. Headquarters, Pacific Division, San Francisco, California, May the 11th, 1905. Dear Mr. President, as some discussion has arisen in the public prints regarding the Battle of San Juan, Cuba, July 1st, 1898, and your personal movements during that day have been the subject of comment, it may not be amiss in me to state some facts coming under my personal observation as Commanding General of the Cavalry Division of which your regiment formed a part. It will, perhaps, be advisable to show first how I came to be in command, in order that my statement may have due weight as an authoritative statement of facts. I was placed in command of the Cavalry Division on the afternoon of June 30th by General Schaefer. The assignment was made owing to the severe illness of General Wheeler, who was the permanent commander of said division. Brigadier General Young, who commanded the 2nd Cavalry Brigade, of which your regiment, the 1st Volunteer Cavalry, formed a part, was also very ill, and I found it necessary to relieve him from command and place Colonel Wood, of the Rough Riders, in command of the brigade. This change placed you in command of your regiment. The division moved from its camp on the evening of June 30th and bivouacked at and about El Poso. I saw you personally in the vicinity of El Poso about 8 a.m., July 1st. I saw you again on the road leading from El Poso to the San Juan River. You at the head of your regiment, which was leading the 2nd Brigade, and immediately behind the rear regiment of the 1st Brigade. My orders were to turn to the right at San Juan River and take up a line along that stream and try and connect with General Lawton, who was to engage the enemy at El Caney. On reaching the river, we came under the fire of the Spanish forces posted on San Juan Ridge and Kettle Hill. The 1st Brigade was faced to the front in line as soon as it had cleared the road, and the 2nd Brigade was ordered to pass in rear of the 1st and face to the front when clear of the 1st Brigade. This movement was very difficult, owing to the heavy undergrowth, and the regiments became more or less tangled up. But eventually the formation was accomplished, and the division stood in an irregular line along the San Juan River. The 2nd Brigade on the right. We were subjected to a heavy fire from the forces on San Juan Ridge and Kettle Hill. Our position was untenable, and it became necessary to assault the enemy or fall back. Kettle Hill was immediately in front of the cavalry, and it was determined to assault that hill. The 1st Brigade was ordered forward, and the 2nd Brigade was ordered to support the attack. Personally, I accompanied a portion of the 10th Cavalry, 2nd Brigade, and the Rough Riders were to the right. This brought your regiment to the right of the house, which was at the summit of the hill. Shortly after I reached the crest of the hill, you came to me, accompanied, I think, by Captain C.J. Stevens of the 9th Cavalry. We were then in a position to see the line of entrenchments along San Juan Ridge and could see Kent's infantry division engaged on our left, and Hawkins' assault against Fort San Juan. You asked me for permission to move forward and assault San Juan Ridge. I gave you the order in person to move forward, and I saw you move forward and assault San Juan Ridge with your regiment and portions of the 1st and 10th Cavalry belonging to your brigade. I held a portion of the 2nd Brigade as a reserve on Kettle Hill, not knowing what force the enemy might have in reserve behind the ridge. The 1st Brigade also moved forward and assaulted the ridge to the right of Fort San Juan. There was a small lake between Kettle Hill and San Juan Ridge, and in moving forward your command passed to the right of this lake. This brought you opposite a house on San Juan Ridge, not Fort San Juan proper, but a frame house surrounded by an earthwork. The enemy lost a number of men at this point, whose bodies lay in the trenches. Later in the day I rode along the line, and, as I recall it, a portion of the 10th Cavalry was immediately about this house, and your regiment occupied an irregular semicircular position along the ridge and immediately to the right of the house. You had pickets out of your front, and several hundred yards to your front the Spaniards had a heavily outpost occupying the house with rifles surrounding it. Late in the day and during the following day, the various regiments forming the division were rearranged and brought into tactical formation. The 1st Brigade on the left and immediately to the right of Fort San Juan, and the 2nd Brigade on the right of the 1st. This was the position occupied by the Cavalry Division until the final surrender of the Spanish forces on July 17, 1898. In conclusion, allow me to say that I saw you, personally, at about 8 a.m. at El Poso, later on the road to San Juan River, later on the summit of Kettle Hill, immediately after its capture by the Cavalry Division. I saw you move forward with your command to assault San Juan Ridge, and I saw you on San Juan Ridge where we visited your line together, and you explained to me the disposition of your command. I am, sir, with much respect, your obedient servant, Samuel S. Sumner, Major General, United States Army. End of Chapter 7. Recorded by Daisy 55. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a Little Rocks recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy55. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 8. The New York Governorship, Part 1. In September 1898, the 1st Volunteer Cavalry, in company with most of the rest of the 5th Army Corps, was disembarked at Montauk Point. Shortly after it was disbanded, and a few days later, I was nominated for governor of New York by the Republican Party. Timothy L. Woodruff was nominated for lieutenant governor. He was my staunch friend throughout the term of our joint service. The previous year, the machine or stand-pat Republicans, who were under the domination of Senator Platt, had come to a complete break with the anti-machine elements over the New York majority. This had brought the Republican Party to a smash, not only in New York City, but in the state where the Democratic candidate for Chief Judge of the Court of Appeals, Anton B. Parker, was elected by 60 or 80,000 majority. Mr. Parker was an able man, a lieutenant of Mr. Hill's, standing close to the conservative Democrats of the Wall Street type. These conservative Democrats were planning how to wrestle the Democratic Party from the control of Mr. Byron. They hailed Judge Parker's victory as a godsend. The judge at once loomed up as a presidential possibility and was carefully groomed for the position by the New York Democratic machine and its financial allies in the New York business world. The Republicans realized that the chances were very much against them. Accordingly, the leaders were in a chastened mood and ready to nominate any candidate with whom they thought there was a chance of winning. I was the only possibility, and accordingly, under pressure from certain of the leaders who recognized this fact and who responded to popular pressure, Senator Platt picked me for the nomination. He was entirely frank in the matter. He made no pretense that he liked me personally, but he deferred to the judgment of those who insisted that I was the only man who could be elected and that therefore I had to be nominated. Foremost among the leaders who pressed me on Mr. Platt, who pestered him about me, to use his own words, were Mr. Quigley, Mr. Odell, then state chairman of the Republic organization and afterwards governor, and Mr. Hazel, now United States Judge. Judge Hazel did not know me personally, but felt that the sentiment in his city, Buffalo, demanded my nomination, and that the then Republican governor, Mr. Black, could not be reelected. Mr. Odell, who hardly knew me personally, felt the same way about Mr. Black's chances, and as he had just taken the state chairmanship, he was very anxious to win a victory. Mr. Quigley knew me quite well personally. He had been in touch with me for years, while he was a reporter on the Tribune, and also when he edited a paper in Montana. He had been on good terms with me while he was in Congress, and I was a civil servant commissioner, meeting me often in company with my especial cronies in Congress, men like Lodge, Speaker Tom Reed, Greenhalgh, Butterworth, and Dolliver, and he had urged my appointment as police commissioner on Mayor Strong. It was Mr. Quigg who called on me at Montauk Point to sound me about the governorship, Mr. Platt being by no means enthusiastic over Mr. Quigg's mission, largely because he disapproved of the Spanish War and of my part in bringing it about. Mr. Quigley saw me in my tent, in which he spent a couple of hours with me, my brother-in-law, Douglas Robinson, also being present. Quigley spoke very frankly to me, stating that he earnestly desired to see me nominated and believed that the great body of Republican voters in the state so desired, but that the organization and the state convention would finally do what Senator Platt desired. He said that country leaders were already coming to Senator Platt, hinting at a close election, expressing doubt of Governor Black's availability for re-election, and asking why it would not be a good thing to nominate me. That now that I have returned to the United States, this would go on more and more all the time, and that he, Quigley, did not wish that these men should be discouraged and be sent back to their localities to suppress a rising sentiment in my favor. For this reason, he said that he wanted from me a plain statement as to whether or not I wanted the nomination, and as to what would be my attitude toward the organization in the event of my nomination and election, whether or not I would make war on Mr. Platt and his friends, or whether I would confer with them and with the organization leaders generally, and give fair consideration to their point of view as to party policy and public interest. He said he had not come to make me any offer of the nomination, and had no authority to do so, nor to get any pledges or promises. He simply wanted a frank definition of my attitude towards existing party conditions. To this reply, that I should like to be nominated, and if nominated, would promise to throw myself into the campaign with all possible energy. I said that I should not make war on Mr. Platt or anybody else if war could be avoided, that what I wanted was to be governor and not a faction leader, that I certainly would confer with the organization men, as with everybody else who seemed to me to have knowledge of and interest in public affairs, and that as to Mr. Platt and the organization leaders, I would do so in the sincere hope that there might always result harmony of opinion and purpose, but that while I would try to get on well with the organization must with equal sincerity strive to do what I regarded as essential for the public good, and that in every case, after full consideration of what everybody had to say who might possess real knowledge of the matter, I should have to act finally as my own judgment and conscience dictated, and administer the state government as I thought it ought to be administered. Quigley said that this was precisely what he supposed I would say, that it was all anybody could expect, and that he would state it to Senator Platt precisely as I had put it to him, which he accordingly did, and throughout my term as governor, Quigley lived loyally up to our understanding. In a letter to me, Mr. Quigley states what I had forgotten, that I had told him to tell the senator that I would talk freely with him, and had no intention of becoming a fractional leader with a personal organization, yet that I must have direct personal relations with everybody, and get their views at first hand whenever I so desired, because I could not have one man speaking for all. After being nominated, I made a hard and aggressive campaign through the state. My opponent was a respectable man, a judge, behind whom stood Mr. Croker, the boss of Tammany Hall. My object was to make the people understand that it was Croker, and not the nominal candidate, who was my real opponent, that the choice lay between Crokerism and myself. Croker was a powerful and truculent man, the autocratic of his organization, and of a domineering nature. For his own reasons, he insisted upon Tammany's turning down an excellent Democratic judge who was a candidate for re-election. This gave me my chance. Under my attack, Croker, who was a stalwart fighting man and who would not take an attack timely, himself came to the front. I was able to fix the contest in the public mind as one between himself and myself, and against all probabilities, I won by the rather narrow margin of 18,000 plurality. As I have already said, there is a lunatic fringe to every reform movement. At least 9/10 of all the sincere reformers supported me, but the ultra-pacifists, the so-called anti-imperialists, or anti-militarists, or peace at any price men, preferred Croker to me, and another knot of extremists who had at first ardently insisted that I must be forced on Platt as soon as Platt supported me themselves opposed me because he supported me. After election, John Hay wrote me as follows: "While you are governor, I believe the party can be made solid as never before. You have already shown that a man may be absolutely honest and yet practical, a reformer by instinct and a wise politician, a brave, bold, and uncompromising, and yet not a wild ass of the desert. The exhibition made by the professional independents in voting against you for no reason on earth except that somebody else was voting for you is a lesson that is worth its cost." At that time, boss rule was at its very zenith. Mr. Byron's candidacy in 1896 on a free silver platform had threatened such frightful business disasters as to make the businessmen, the wage workers, and the professional classes generally turn eagerly to the Republican Party. East of the Mississippi, the Republican vote for Mr. McKinley was larger by far than it had been for Abraham Lincoln in the days when the life of the nation was at stake. Mr. Byron championed many sorely needed reforms in the interest of the plain people, but many of his platform proposals, economic and otherwise, were of such a character that to have put them into practice would have meant to plunge all our people into conditions far worse than any of those for which he sought a remedy. The free silver advocates included sincere and upright men who were able to make a strong case for their positions, but with them and dominating them were all the believers in the complete or partial repudiation of national, state, and private debts, and not only the businessmen but the working men grew to feel that under these circumstances too heavy a price could not be paid to avert the Democratic triumph. The fear of Mr. Bryan threw almost all the leading men of all classes into the arms of whoever opposed him. The Republican bosses, who were already very powerful and who were already in fairly close alliance with the privileged interests, now found everything working to their advantage. Good and high-minded men of conservative temperament in their panic played into the hands of the ultra-reactionaries of business and politics. The alliance between the two kinds of privilege, political and financial, was closely cemented, and wherever there was any attempt to break it up, the cry was at once raised that this merely represented another phase of the assault on national honesty and individual and mercantile integrity. As so often happens, the excess and threats of an unwise and extreme radicalism had resulted in immensely strengthening the position of the beneficiaries of reaction. This was the era when the Standard Oil Company achieved a mastery of Pennsylvania politics so far-reaching and so corrupt that it is difficult to describe it without seeming to exaggerate. In New York State, United States Senator Platt was the absolute boss of the Republican Party. Big business was back of him. Yet at the time, this, the most important element in his strength, was only imperfectly understood. It was not until I was elected governor that I myself came to understand it. We were still accustomed to talking of the machine as if it were something merely political with which business had nothing to do. Senator Platt did not use his political position to advance his private fortunes, therein differing absolutely from many other political bosses. He lived in hotels and had few extravagant tastes. Indeed, I could not find that he had any taste at all except for politics, and on rare occasions for a very dry theological, wholly divorced from moral implications. But big business men contributed to him large sums of moneys, which enabled him to keep his grip on the machine, and secured for them the help of the machine if they were threatened with adverse legislation. The contributions given in the guise of contributions for campaign purposes, of money for the good of the party. When the money was contributed, there was rarely talk of special favors in return. Each nation has its own pet sins to which it is merciful, and also sins which it treats as almost abhor. In America, we are particularly sensitive about big money contributions for which the donors expect any reward. In England, where in some ways the standard is higher than here, such contributions are accepted as a matter of course, nay, as one of the methods by which wealthy men obtain pedigrees. It would be well nigh an impossibility for a man to secure a seat in the United States Senate by mere campaign contributions, in the way that seats in the British House of Lords have often been secured without any scandal being caused thereby. It was simply put into Mr. Platt's hands and treated by him as in the campaign chest. Then he distributed in the districts where it was most needed by the candidates and organization leaders. Ordinarily, no pledge was required from the latter to the bosses, any more than it was required by the business men from Mr. Platt or his lieutenants. No pledge was needed. It was all a gentleman's understanding. As the senator once said to me, if a man's character was such that it was necessary to get a promise from him, it was clear proof that his character was such that the promise would not be worth anything after it was made. It must not be forgotten that some of the worst practices of the machine in dealings of this kind represented merely virtues in the wrong place, virtues wrenched out of proper relation to their surroundings. A man in doubtful district might win only because of the help Mr. Platt gave him. He might be a decent young fellow without money enough to finance his own campaign, who was able to finance it only because Platt of his own accord found out or was apprised of his need and advanced the money. Such a man felt grateful, and because of his good qualities, joined with the purely sordid and corrupt healers and crooked politicians to become part of the Platt machine. In his turn, Mr. Platt was recognized by the businessmen, the big contributors, as an honorable man, not only a man of his word, but a man who, whenever he received a favor, could be trusted to do his best to repay it on any occasion that arose. I believe that usually the contributors and the recipient sincerely felt that the transactions were proper and subserved the cause of good politics and good business. And, indeed, as regards the major part of the contributions, it is probable that this was the fact, and that the only criticism that could properly be made about the contributions was that they were not made with publicity. And at that time neither the parties nor the public had any realization that publicity was necessary, or any adequate understanding of the dangers of the invisible empire, which throve by what was done in secrecy. Many, probably most, of the contributors of this type never wished anything personal in exchange for their contributions, and made them with sincere patriotism, desiring in return only that the government should be conducted on a proper basis. Unfortunately, it was, in practice, exceedingly difficult to distinguish these men from the others who contributed big sums to the various party bosses with the expectations of gaining concrete and personal advantages in which the bosses shared at the expense of the general public. It was very hard to draw the line between these two types of contributions. There was but one kind of money contributions as to which it seemed to me absolutely impossible for either the contributor or the recipient to disguise to themselves the evil meaning of the contribution. This was where a big corporation contributed to both political parties. I knew of one such case where a state campaign, a big corporation, which had many dealings with public officials, frankly contributed in the neighborhood of $100,000 to one campaign fund, and $50,000 to the campaign fund of the other side, and I believe made some further substantial contributions in the same ratio of $2 to one side for every $1 given to the other. The contributors were Democrats, and the big contributions went to the Democratic managers. The Republican was elected, and after his election, when a matter came up affecting the company, in which its interests were hostile to those of the general public, the successful candidate, then holding a high state office, was approached by his campaign managers, and the situation put frankly before him. He was less disturbed than astonished, and remarked, "Why, I thought so-and-so and his associates were Democrats, and subscribed to the Democratic campaign fund." "So they did," was the answer. "They subscribed to them twice as much as they subscribed to us. But if they had had any idea that you intended doing what you now say you will do, they would have subscribed it all to the other side, and more too." The state official in his turn answered that he was very sorry if any one had subscribed under a misapprehension, that it was no fault of his, for he had stated definitely and clearly his position, that he of course had no money wherewith himself to return what without his knowledge had been contributed, and that all he could say was that any man who had subscribed to his campaign fund under the impression that the receipt of the subscription would be a bar to the performance of public duty was sadly mistaken. The control by Mr. Platt and his lieutenants over the organization was well nigh complete. There were splits among the bosses and insurgent movements now and then, but the ordinary citizen had no control over the political machinery except in a very few districts. There were, however, plenty of good men in politics, men who either came from districts where there was popular control or who represented a genuine aspiration towards good citizenship on the part of some bosses or group of bosses, or else who had been nominated frankly for reasons of expediency by bosses whose attitude towards good citizenship was at best one of Gallo-like indifference. At the time when I was nominated for governor, as later when Mr. Hughes was nominated and re-nominated for governor, there was no possibility of securing a nomination unless the bosses permitted it. In each case, the bosses, the machine leaders, took a man for whom they did not care, because he was the only man with whom they could win. In the case of Mr. Hughes, there was, of course, also the fact of pressure from the national administration, but the bosses were never overcome in a fair fight, and when they had made up their minds to fight, until the Saratoga Convention in 1910, when Mr. Stinson was nominated for governor. Senator Platt had the same inborn capacity for the kind of politics which he liked that many big Wall Street men have shown for not wholly dissimilar types of finance. It was his chief interest, and he applied himself to it unremittently. He handled his private business successfully, but it was politics in which he was absorbed, and he concerned himself therewith every day in the year. He had built up an excellent system of organization, and the necessary funds came from corporations and men of wealth who contributed as I have described above. The majority of the men with the natural capacity for organization leadership of the type which has generally been prevailing in New York politics turned to Senator Platt as their natural chief and helped build up the organization until under his leadership it became more powerful and in a position of greater control than any other Republican machine in the country, excepting in Pennsylvania. The Democratic machines in some of the big cities, as in New York and Boston, and the country Democratic machine of New York under David B. Hill, were probably even more efficient, representing an even more complete mastery by the bosses, and an even greater degree of drilled obedience among the henchmen. It would be an entire mistake to suppose that Mr. Platt's lieutenants were either all bad men or all influenced by unworthy motives. He was constantly doing favors for men. He had won the gratitude of many good men. In the country districts especially, there were many places where his machine included the majority of the best citizens, the leading and substantial citizens among the inhabitants. Some of his strongest and most efficient lieutenants were disinterested men of high character. There had always been a good deal of opposition to Mr. Platt and the machine,
But the leadership of this opposition was apt to be found only among those whom Abraham Lincoln called the silk stockings, and much of it excited almost as much diversion among the plain people as the machine itself excited anger or dislike. Very many of Mr. Platt's opponents really disliked him and his methods, for aesthetic rather than for moral reasons, and the bulk of the people half consciously felt this and refused to submit to their leadership. The men who opposed him in this matter were good citizens according to their lights, prominent in the social clubs and philanthropic circles, men of means and often men of business standing. They disliked coarse and vulgar politicians, and they sincerely reprobated all the shortcomings that were recognized by and were offensive to people of their own caste. They had not the slightest understanding of the needs, interests, ways of thought, and convictions of the average small man, and the small man felt this, although he could not express it, and sensed that they were really not concerned with his welfare, and that they did not offer him anything materially better from his point of view than the machine. When reformers of this type attempted to oppose Mr. Platt, they usually put up either some rather inefficient, well-meaning person who bathed every day and didn't steal, but whose only good point was respectability, and who knew nothing of the great fundamental questions looming before us, or else they put up some big business man or corporation lawyer who was wedded to the gross wrong and injustice of our economic system, and who neither by personality nor by program gave the ordinary plain people any belief that there was a promise of vital good to them in the change. The correctness of their view was proved by the fact that as soon as fundamental economic and social reforms were at stake, the aesthetic, as distinguished from the genuinely moral reformers, for the most part sided with the bosses against the people. End of chapter 8, part 1. Recording by Daisy 55.
Chapter 8, Part 2 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Procopio. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 8, The New York Governorship, Part 2. When I became governor, the conscience of the people was in no way or shape aroused, and it has since become roused. The people accepted and practiced, in a matter-of-course way as quite proper, things which they would not now tolerate. They had no definite and clearly outlined conception of what they wished in the way of reform. They on the whole tolerated, and indeed approved of, the machine. There had been no development on any considerable scale of reformers with the vision to see what the needs of the people were, and the high purpose sanely to achieve what was necessary in order to meet these needs. I knew both the machine and the silk-stocking reformers fairly well, from many years' close association with them. The machine as such had no ideals at all, although many of the men composing it did have. On the other hand, the ideals of very many of these silk-stocking reformers did not relate to the questions of real and vital interest to our people. And, singularly enough, in international matters, these same silk-stockings were no more to be trusted than the average ignorant demagogue or short-sighted spoils politicians. I felt that these men would be broken reeds to which to trust in any vital contest for betterment of social and industrial conditions. I had neither the training nor the capacity that would have enabled me to match Mr. Platt and his machine people on their own ground. Nor did I believe that the effort to build up a machine of my own, under the then existing conditions, would meet the needs of the situation so far as the people were concerned. I therefore made no effort to create a machine of my own, and consistently adopted the plan of going over the heads of the men holding public office and of the men in control of the organization, and appealing directly to the people behind them. The machine, for instance, had a more or less strong control over the great bulk of the members of the state legislature. But in the last resort, the people behind these legislators had a still greater control over them. I made up my mind that the only way I could beat the bosses whenever the need to do so arose, and unless there was such need I did not wish to try, was, not by attempting to manipulate the machinery, and not by trusting merely to the professional performers, but by making my appeal as directly and as emphatically as I knew how to the mass of voters themselves, to the people, to the men who, if waked up, would be able to impose their will on their representatives. My success depended upon getting the people in the different districts to look at matters in my way, and getting them to take such an active interest in affairs as to enable them to exercise control over their representatives. There were a few of the senators and assemblymen whom I could reach by seeing them personally and putting before them my arguments, but most of them were too much under the control of the machine for me to shake them loose unless they knew that the people were actively behind me. In making my appeal to the people as a whole, I was dealing with an entirely different constituency from that which, especially in the big cities, liked to think of itself as the better element, the particular exponent of reform and good citizenship. I was dealing with shrewd, hard-headed, kindly men and women, chiefly concerned with the absorbing work of earning their own living, and impatient of fads, who had grown to feel that the associations with the word reformer were not much better than the associations with the word politician. I had to convince these men and women of my good faith, and, moreover, of my common sense and efficiency. They were most of them strong partisans, and an outrage had to be very real and very great to shake them even partially loose from their party affiliations. Moreover, they took little interest in any fight of mere personalities. They were not influenced in the least by the silk-stocking reform view of Mr. Platt. I knew that if they were persuaded that I was engaged in a mere faction fight against him, that it was a mere issue between his ambition and mine, they would at once become indifferent, and my fight would be lost. But I felt that I could count on their support wherever I could show them that the fight was not made just for the sake of the row, that it was not made merely as a factional contest against Senator Platt and the organization, but was waged from a sense of duty for real and tangible causes, such as the promotion of governmental efficiency and honesty, and forcing powerful moneyed men to take the proper attitude toward the community at large. They stood by me when I insisted upon having the Canal Department, the Insurance Department, and the various departments of the state government run with efficiency and honesty. They stood by me when I insisted upon making wealthy men who owned franchises pay the state what they properly ought to pay. They stood by me when, in connection with the strikes on the Croton Aqueduct and in Buffalo, I promptly used the military power of the state to put a stop to rioting and violence. In the latter case, my chief opponents and critics were local politicians who were truckling to the labor vote. But in all cases coming under the first two categories, I had serious trouble with the state leaders of the machine. I always did my best, in good faith, to get Mr. Platt and the other heads of the machine to accept my views, and to convince them by repeated private conversations that I was right. I never wantonly antagonized or humiliated them. I did not wish to humiliate them or to seem victorious over them. What I wished was to secure the things that I thought it essential to the men and women of the state to secure. If I could finally persuade them to support me, well and good. In such case I continued to work with them in the friendliest manner. If after repeated and persistent effort I failed to get them to support me, then I made a fair fight in the open, and in a majority of cases I carried my point and succeeded in getting through the legislation which I wished. In theory, the executive has nothing to do with legislation. In practice, as things now are, the executive is, or ought to be, peculiarly representative of the people as a whole. As often as not, the action of the executive offers the only means by which the people can get the legislation they demand and ought to have. Therefore, a good executive under the present conditions of American political life must take a very active interest in getting the right kind of legislation, in addition to performing his executive duties with an eye single to the public welfare. More than half of my work as governor was in the direction of getting needed and important legislation. I accomplished this only by arousing the people and riveting their attention on what was done. Gradually, the people began to wake up more and more to the fact that the machine politicians were not giving them the kind of government which they wished. As this waking up grew more general, not merely in New York or any other one state, but throughout most of the nation, the power of the bosses waned. Then a curious thing happened. The professional reformers, who had most loudly criticized these bosses, began to change toward them. Newspaper editors, college presidents, corporation lawyers, and big businessmen all alike had denounced the bosses and had taken part in reform movements against them, so long as these reforms dealt only with things that were superficial, or with fundamental things that did not affect themselves and their associates. But the majority of these men turned to the support of the bosses when the great new movement began clearly to make itself evident as one against privilege in business no less than against privilege in politics, as one for social and industrial no less than for political righteousness and fair dealing. The big corporation lawyer, who had antagonized the boss in matters which he regarded as purely political, stood shoulder to shoulder with the boss when the movement for betterment took shape in direct attack on the combination of business with politics and with the judiciary which was done so much to enthrone privilege in the economic world. The reformers who denounced political corruption and fraud, when shown at the expense of their own candidates by machine ward heelers of a low type, hysterically applauded similar corrupt trickery when practiced by these same politicians against men with whose political and industrial program the reformers were not in sympathy. I had always been instinctively and by nature a Democrat, but if I had needed conversion to the democratic ideal here in America, the stimulus would have been supplied by what I saw of the attitude, not merely of the great bulk of the men of greatest wealth, but of the bulk of the men who most prided themselves upon their education and culture, when we began in good faith to grapple with the wrong and injustice of our social and industrial system, and to hit at the men responsible for the wrong, no matter how high they stood in business or in politics, at the bar or on the bench. It was while I was governor, and especially in connection with the franchise tax legislation, that I first became thoroughly aware of the real causes of this attitude among the men of great wealth, and among the men who took their tone from the men of great wealth. Very soon after my victory in the race for governor, I had one or two experiences with Senator Platt, which showed in amusing fashion how absolute the rule of the boss was in the politics of that day. Senator Platt, who was always most kind and friendly in his personal relations with me, asked me in one day to talk over what was to be done at Albany. He had the 2 or 3 nominal heads of the organization with him. They were his lieutenants, who counseled and influenced him, whose advice he often followed, but who, when he had finally made up his mind, merely registered and carried out his decrees. After a little conversation, the senator asked if I had any member of the assembly whom I wished to have put on any committee, explaining that the committees were being arranged. I answered no, and expressed my surprise at what he said, because I had not understood the speaker who appointed the committees had himself been agreed upon by the members-elect. "Oh," responded the senator with a tolerant smile, "he has not been chosen yet, but of course whoever we choose as speaker will agree beforehand to make the appointments we wish." I made a mental note to the effect that if they attempted the same process with the governor-elect, they would find themselves mistaken. In a few days, the opportunity to prove this arrived. Under the preceding administration, there had been grave scandals about the Erie Canal, the Trans-State Canal, and these scandals had been one of the chief issues in the campaign for the governorship. The construction of this work was under the control of the Superintendent of Public Works. In the actual state of affairs, his office was by far the most important office under me, and I intended to appoint to it some man of high character and capacity, who could be trusted to do the work not merely honestly and efficiently, but without regard to politics. A week or so after the speakership incident, Senator Platt asked me to come and see him. He was an old and physically feeble man, able to move about only with extreme difficulty. On arrival, I found the Lieutenant Governor-elect, Mr. Woodruff, who had also been asked to come. The senator informed me that he was glad to say that I would have a most admirable man as Superintendent of Public Works, as he had just received a telegram from a certain gentleman whom he named, saying that he would accept the position. He handed me the telegram. The man in question was a man I liked. I later appointed him to an important office, in which he did well. But he came from a city along the line of the canal, so that I did not think it best that he should be appointed anyhow. And moreover, what was far more important, it was necessary to have it understood at the very outset that the administration was my administration, and was no one else's but mine. So I told the senator very politely that I was sorry, but that I could not appoint his man. This produced an explosion, but I declined to lose my temper, merely repeating that I must decline to accept any man chosen for me, and that I must choose the man myself. Although I was very polite, I was also very firm, and Mr. Platt and his friends finally abandoned their position. I appointed an engineer from Brooklyn, a veteran of the Civil War, Colonel Partridge, who had served in Mayor Lowe's administration. He was an excellent man in every way. He chose as his assistant, actively to superintend the work, a Cornell graduate named Elon Hooker, a man with no political backing at all, picked simply because he was the best equipped man for the place. The office, the most important office under me, was run in admirable fashion throughout my administration. I doubt if there was ever an important department of the New York State government run with a higher standard of efficiency and integrity. But this was not all that had to be done about the canals. Evidently the whole policy hitherto pursued had been foolish and inadequate. I appointed a first-class, non-partisan commission of businessmen and expert engineers who went into the matter exhaustively, and their report served as the basis upon which our entire present canal system is based. There remained the question of determining whether the canal officials who were in office before I became governor, and whom I had declined to reappoint, had been guilty of any action because of which it would be possible to proceed against them criminally or otherwise under the law. Such criminal action had been freely charged against them during the campaign by the Democratic, including the so-called mugwump, press. To determine this matter, I appointed two Democratic lawyers, Messrs. Fox and McFarland, the latter Federal District Attorney for New York under President Cleveland, and put the whole investigation in their hands. These gentlemen made an exhaustive investigation lasting several months. They reported that there had been grave delinquency in the prosecution of the work, delinquency which justified public condemnation of those responsible for it, who were out of office, but that there was no ground for criminal prosecution. I laid their report before the legislature with a message in which I said, "There is probably no lawyer of high standing in the state who, after studying the report of counsel in this case and the testimony taken by the investigating commission, would disagree with them as to the impracticality of a successful prosecution. Under such circumstances the one remedy was a thorough change in the methods and management. This change has been made." When my successor in the governorship took office, Colonel Partridge retired, and Elon Hooker, finding that he could no longer act with entire disregard of politics, and with an eye single to the efficiency of the work, also left. A dozen years later, having in the meantime made a marked success in a business career, he became the treasurer of the National Progressive Party. My action in regard to the canals, and the management of his office, the most important office under me, by Colonel Partridge, established my relations with Mr. Platt from the outset on pretty nearly the right basis. But, besides various small difficulties, we had one or two serious bits of trouble before my duties as governor ceased. It must be remembered that Mr. Platt was to all intents and purposes a large part of, and sometimes a majority of, the legislature. There were a few entirely independent men, such as Nathaniel Ellsberg, Regis Post, and Alfred Cooley, in each of the two houses. The remainder were under the control of the Republican and Democratic bosses, but could also be more or less influenced by an aroused public opinion. The two machines were apt to make common cause if their vital interests were touched. It was my business to devise methods by which either the two machines could be kept apart, or else overthrown if they came together. My desire was to achieve results, and not merely to issue manifestos of virtue. It is very easy to be efficient if the efficiency is based on unscrupulousness, and it is still easier to be virtuous if one is content with the purely negative virtue which consists in not doing anything wrong, but being wholly unable to accomplish anything positive for good. My favorite quotation from Josh Billings again applies. It is so much easier to be a harmless dove than a wise serpent. My duty was to combine both idealism and efficiency. At that time, the public conscience was still dormant as regards many species of political and business misconduct, as to which during the next decade it became sensitive. I had to work with the tools at hand, and to take into account the feeling of the people, which I have already described. My aim was persistently to refuse to be put in a position where what I did would seem to be a mere faction struggle against Senator Platt. My aim was to make a fight only when I could so manage it that there could be no question in the minds of honest men that my prime purpose was not to attack Mr. Platt or anyone else except as a necessary incident to securing clean and efficient government. In each case, I did my best to persuade Mr. Platt not to oppose me. I endeavored to make it clear to him that I was not trying to wrest the organization from him, and I always gave him in detail the reasons why I felt I had to take the position I intended to adopt. It was only after I had exhausted all the resources of my patience that I would finally, if he still proved obstinate, tell him that I intended to make the fight anyhow. As I have said, the senator was an old and feeble man in physique, and it was possible for him to go about very little. Until Friday evening he would be kept at his duties in Washington, while I was in Albany. If I wished to see him, it generally had to be at his hotel in New York on Saturday, and usually I would go there to breakfast with him. The one thing I would not permit was anything in the nature of a secret or clandestine meeting. I always insisted on going openly. Solemn reformers of the tomfool variety, who, according to their custom, paid attention to the name and not the thing, were much exercised over my breakfasting with Platt. Whenever I breakfasted with him, they became sure that the fact carried with it some sinister significance. The worthy creatures never took the trouble to follow the sequence of facts and events for themselves. If they had done so, they would have seen that any series of breakfasts with Platt also meant that I was going to do something he did not like, and that I was trying, courteously and frankly, to reconcile him to it. My object was to make it as easy as possible for him to come with me. As long as there was no clash between us, there was no object in my seeing him. It was only when the clash came, or was imminent, that I had to see him. A series of breakfasts was always the prelude to some active warfare. In every instance, I substantially carried my point, although in some cases not in exactly the way I had originally hoped. To illustrate my meaning, I quote from a letter of mine to Senator Platt of December 13th, 1899. He had been trying to get me to promote a certain Judge X over the head of another Judge Y. I wrote, "There is a strong feeling among the judges and the leading members of the bar that Judge Y ought not to have Judge X jumped over his head, and I do not see my way clear to doing it. I am inclined to think that the solution I mentioned to you is the solution I shall have to adopt. Remember the breakfast at Douglas Robinson's at 8:30. There were various measures to which he gave a grudging and querulous assent, without any break being threatened.
I secured the reenactment of the civil service law, which under my predecessor had very foolishly been repealed.
I secured a mass of labor legislation, including the enactment of laws to increase the number of factory inspectors, to create a tenement house commission, whose findings resulted in further and excellent legislation to improve housing conditions, to regulate and improve sweatshop labor, to make the 8-hour and prevailing rate of wages law effective, to secure the genuine enforcement of the act relating to the hours of railway workers, to compel railways to equip freight trains with air brakes, to regulate the working hours of women and protect both women and children from dangerous machinery, to enforce good scaffolding provisions for workmen on buildings, to provide seats for the use of waitresses in hotels and restaurants, to reduce the hours of labor for drugstore clerks, to provide for the registration of laborers for municipal employment. I tried hard, but failed to secure an employees' liability law and the state control of employment offices. There was hard fighting over some of these bills, and, what was much more serious, there was effort to get round the law by trickery, and by securing its inefficient enforcement. I was continually helped by men with whom I had gotten in touch while in the police department, men such as James Bronson Reynolds, through whom I first became interested in settlement work on the East Side. Once or twice, I went suddenly down to New York City without warning anyone, and traversed the tenement house quarters, visiting various sweatshops picked at random. Jake Reese accompanied me, and as a result of our inspection, we got not only an improvement in the law, but a still more marked improvement in its administration. Thanks chiefly to the activity and good sense of Dr. John H. Pryor of Buffalo, and by the use of every pound of pressure which as governor I could bring to bear in legitimate fashion, including a special emergency message, we succeeded in getting through a bill providing for the first state hospital for incipient tuberculosis. We got valuable laws for the farmer, laws preventing the adulteration of food products, which laws were equally valuable to the consumer, and laws helping the dairymen. In addition to labor legislation, I was able to do a good deal for forest preservation and the protection of our wildlife. All that later I strove for in the nation in connection with conservation was foreshadowed by what I strove to obtain for New York State when I was governor, and I was already working in connection with Gifford Pinchot and Newell. I secured better administration and some improvement in the laws themselves. The improvement in administration and in the character of the game and forest wardens was secured partly as the result of a conference in the executive chamber which I held with 40 of the best guides and woodsmen of the Adirondacks. As regards most legislation, even that affecting labor and the forests, I got on fairly well with the machine. But on the two issues in which big business and the kind of politics which is allied to big business were most involved, we clashed hard, and clashing with Senator Platt meant clashing with the entire Republican organization, and with the organized majority in each house of the legislature. One clash was in connection with the superintendent of insurance, a man whose office made him a factor of immense importance in the big business circles of New York. The then incumbent of the office was an efficient man, the boss of an upstate county, a veteran politician, and one of Mr. Platt's right-hand men. Certain investigations which I made, in the course of the fight, showed that this superintendent of insurance had been engaged in large business operations in New York City. These operations had thrown him into a peculiarly intimate business contact of one sort and another with various financiers, with whom I did not deem it expedient that the superintendent of insurance, while such, should have any intimate and secret money-making relations. Moreover, the gentleman in question represented the straightest sect of the old-time spoils politicians. I therefore determined not to reappoint him. Unless I could get his successor confirmed, however, he would stay in under the law, and the Republican machine, with the assistance of Tammany, expected to control far more than a majority of all the senators. Mr. Platt issued an ultimatum to me that the incumbent must be reappointed or else that he would fight, and that if he chose to fight the man would stay in anyhow, because I could not oust him, for under the New York Constitution the assent of the Senate was necessary, not only to appoint a man to office, but to remove him from office. As always with Mr. Platt, I persistently refused to lose my temper, no matter what he said. He was much too old and physically feeble for there to be any point of honor in taking up any of his remarks, and I merely explained good-humoredly that I had made up my mind, and that the gentleman in question would not be retained. As for not being able to get his successor confirmed, I pointed out that as soon as the legislature adjourned, I could and would appoint another man temporarily. Mr. Platt then said that the incumbent would be put back as soon as the legislature reconvened. I admitted that this was possible, but added cheerfully that I would remove him again, just as soon as that legislature adjourned, and that even though I had an uncomfortable time myself, I would guarantee to make my opponents more uncomfortable still. We parted without any sign of reaching an agreement. There remained some weeks before final action could be taken, and the senator was confident that I would have to yield. His most efficient allies were the pretended reformers, most of them my open or covert enemies, who loudly insisted that I must make an open fight on the senator himself and on the Republican organization. This was what he wished, for at that time there was no way of upsetting him within the Republican party, and, as I have said, if I had permitted the contest to assume the shape of a mere faction fight between the governor and the United States senator, I would have ensured the victory of the machine. So I blandly refused to let the thing become a personal fight, explaining again and again that I was perfectly willing to appoint an organization man, and naming 2 or 3 of whom I was willing to appoint, but also explaining that I would not retain the incumbent, and would not appoint any man of his type. Meanwhile, pressure on behalf of the said incumbent began to come from the businessmen of New York. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Recording by Jason Procopio.
Chapter 8, Part 3 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 8, The New York Governorship, Part 3. The superintendent of insurance was not a man whose ill will the big life insurance companies cared to incur, and company after company passed resolutions asking me to reappoint him, although in private some of the men who signed these resolutions nervously explained that they did not mean what they had written, and hoped I would remove the man. A citizen prominent in reform circles, marked by the Cato-like austerity of his reform professions, had a son who was a counsel for one of the insurance companies. The father was engaged in writing letters to the papers demanding in the name of uncompromising virtue that I should not only get rid of the superintendent of insurance, but in his place should appoint somebody or other personally offensive to Senator Platt, which last proposition, if adopted, would have meant that the superintendent of insurance would have stayed in, for the reasons I have already given. Meanwhile the son came to see me on behalf of the insurance company he represented, and told me that the company was anxious that there should be a change in the superintendency, that if I really meant to fight, they thought they had influence with 4 of the state senators, Democrats and Republicans, whom they could get to vote to confirm the man I nominated, but that they wished to be sure that I would not abandon the fight, because it would be a very bad thing for them if I started the fight and then backed down. I told my visitor that he need be under no apprehensions, that I would certainly see the fight through. A man who has much to do with that kind of politics which concerns both New York politicians and New York business men and lawyers is not easily surprised, and therefore I felt no other emotion than a rather sardonic amusement when 36 hours later I read in the morning paper an open letter from the officials of the very company who had been communicating with me, in which they enthusiastically advocated the renomination of the superintendent. Shortly afterwards my visitor, the young lawyer, called me up on the telephone and explained that the officials did not mean what they said in this letter, that they had been obliged to write it for fear of the superintendent, but that if they got the chance they intended to help me get rid of him. I thanked him and said I thought I could manage the fight by myself. I did not hear from him again, though his father continued to write public demands that I should practice pure virtue, undefiled and offensive. Meanwhile Senator Pratt declined to yield. I had picked out a man, a friend of his, who I believed would make an honest and competent official, and whose position in the organization was such that I did not believe the Senate would venture to reject him. However, up to the day before the appointment was to go to the Senate, Mr. Platt remained unyielding. I saw him that afternoon and tried to get him to yield, but he said no, that if I insisted it would be a war to the knife, and my destruction, and perhaps the destruction of the party. I said I was very sorry, that I could not yield, and that if the war came it would have to come, and that next morning I should send in the name of the superintendent's successor. We parted, and soon afterwards I received from the man who was at that moment Mr. Platt's right-hand lieutenant a request to know where he could see me that evening. I appointed the Union League Club. My visitor went over the old ground, explained that the senator would under no circumstances yield, that he was certain to win in the fight, that my reputation would be destroyed, and that he wished to save me from such a lamentable smash-up as an ending to my career. I could only repeat what I had already said, and after half an hour of futile argument I rose and said that nothing was to be gained by further talk, and that I might as well go. My visitor repeated that I had this last chance, and that ruin was ahead of me if I refused it, whereas if I accepted everything would be made easy. I shook my head and answered, "There is nothing to add to what I have already said." He responded, "You have made up your mind?" And I said, "I have." He then said, "You know it means your ruin?" And I answered, "Well, we will see about that," and walked toward the door. He said, "You understand the fight will begin tomorrow, and will be carried on to the bitter end." I said, "Yes," and added, as I reached the door, "Good night." Then, as the door opened, my opponent, or visitor, whichever one chooses to call him, whose face was as impassive and inscrutable as that of Mr. John Hamlin in a poker game, said, Hold on. We accept. Send in so-and-so," the man I had named. "The Senator is very sorry, but he will make no further opposition." I never saw a bluff carried more resolutely through to the final limit. My success in the affair, coupled with the appointment of Messrs. Partridge and Hooker, secured me against further effort to interfere with my handling of the executive departments. It was in connection with the insurance business that I first met Mr. George W. Perkins. He came to me with a letter of introduction from the then Speaker of the National House of Representatives, Tom Reed, which ran, "Mr. Perkins is a personal friend of mine, whose straightforwardness and intelligence will commend to you whatever he has to say. If you will give him proper opportunity to explain his business, I have no doubt that what he will say will be worthy of your attention. Mr. Perkins wished to see me with reference to a bill that had just been introduced in the legislature, which aimed to limit the aggregate volume of insurance that any New York State company could assume. There were then 3 big insurance companies in New York, the Mutual Life, Equitable, and New York Life. Mr. Perkins was a vice president of the New York Life Insurance Company, and Mr. John A. McCall was its president. I had just finished my fight against the superintendent of insurance, whom I refused to continue in office. Mr. McCall had written me a very strong letter urging that he be retained, and had done everything he could to aid Senator Platt in securing his retention. The Mutual Life and Equitable people had openly followed the same course, but in private had hedged. They were both backing the proposed bill. Mr. McCall was opposed to it. He was in California, and just before starting thither had been told by the Mutual Life and Equitable that the limitation bill was favored by me, and would be put through if such a thing were possible. Mr. McCall did not know me, and on leaving for California told Mr. Perkins that from all he could learn he was sure I was bent on putting this bill through, and that nothing he could say to me would change my view. In fact, because he had fought so hard to retain the old insurance superintendent, he felt that I would be particularly opposed to anything he might wish done. As a matter of fact, I had no such feeling. I had been carefully studying the question. I had talked with the Mutual Life and Equitable people about it, but was not committed to any particular course, and had grave doubts as to whether it was well to draw the line on size instead of on conduct. I was therefore very glad to see Perkins and get a new point of view. I went over the matter with a great deal of care and at considerable length, and after we had thrashed the matter out pretty fully, and Perkins had laid before me in detail the methods employed by Austria, Germany, Switzerland, and other European countries to handle their large insurance companies, I took the position that there undoubtedly were evils in the insurance business, but that they did not consist in insuring people's lives, for that certainly was not an evil, and I did not see how the real evils could be eradicated by limiting or suppressing a company's ability to protect an additional number of lives with insurance. I therefore announced that I would not favor a bill that limited volume of business, and would not sign it if it were passed, but that I favored legislation that would make it impossible to place, through agents, policies that were ambiguous and misleading, or to pay exorbitant prices to agents for business, or to invest policyholders' money in improper securities, or to give power to officers to use the company's funds for their own personal profit. In reaching this determination I was helped by Mr. Loeb, then merely a stenographer in my office, but who had already attracted my attention, both by his efficiency and by his loyalty to his former employers, who were for the most part my political opponents. Mr. Loeb gave me much information about various improper practices in the insurance business. I began to gather data on the subject, with the intention of bringing about corrective legislation, for at that time I expected to continue in office as governor. But in a few weeks I was nominated as vice president, and my successor did nothing about the matter. So far as I remember, this was the first time the question of correcting evils in a business by limiting the volume of business to be done was ever presented to me, and my decision on the matter was on all fours with the position I have always since taken when any similar principle was involved. At the time when I made my decision about the limitation bill, I was on friendly terms with the Mutual and Equitable people who were back of it, whereas I did not know Mr. McCall at all, and Mr. Perkins only from hearing him discuss the bill. An interesting feature of the matter developed subsequently. 5 years later, after the insurance investigations took place, the Mutual Life strongly encouraged the passage of a limitation bill, and because of the popular feeling developed by the exposure of the improper practices of the companies, this bill was generally approved. Governor Hughes adopted the suggestion, such a bill was passed by the legislature, and Governor Hughes signed it. This bill caused the three great New York companies to reduce markedly the volume of business they were doing. It threw a great many agents out of employment, and materially curtailed the foreign business of the companies, which business was bringing annually a considerable sum of money to this country for investment. In short, the experiment worked so badly that before Governor Hughes went out of office, one of the very last bills he signed was one that permitted the life insurance companies to increase their business each year by an amount representing a certain percentage of the business they had previously done. This, in practice, within a few years, practically annulled the limitation bill that had been previously passed. The experiment of limiting the size of business, of legislating against it merely because it was big, had been tried, and had failed so completely that the authors of the bill had themselves, in effect, repealed it. My action in refusing to try the experiment had been completely justified. As a sequel to this incident, I got Mr. Perkins to serve on the Palisade Park Commission. At the time I was taking active part in the effort to save the Palisades from vandalism and destruction by getting the states of New York and New Jersey jointly to include them in a public park. It is not easy to get a responsible and capable man of business to undertake such a task, which is unpaid, which calls on his part for an immense expenditure of time, money, and energy, which offers no reward of any kind, and which entails the certainty of abuse and misrepresentation. Mr. Perkins accepted the position, and has filled it for the last 13 years, doing as disinterested, efficient, and useful a bit of public service as any man in the state has done throughout these 13 years. The case of most importance in which I clashed with Senator Platt related to a matter of fundamental governmental policy, and was the first step I ever took toward bringing big corporations under effective governmental control. In this case I had to fight the Democratic machine as well as the Republican machine, for Senator Hill and Senator Platt were equally opposed to my action, and the big corporation men, the big business men back of both of them, took precisely the same view of these matters without regard to their party feeling on other points. What I did convulsed people at that time, and marked the beginnings of the efforts, at least in the Eastern States, to make the great corporations equally responsible to popular wish and governmental command. But we have gone so far past the stage in which we were then that it now seems well nigh incredible that there should have been any opposition at all to what I at that time proposed. The substitution of electric power for horse power in the street-car lines of New York offered a fruitful chance for the most noxious type of dealings between businessmen and politicians. The franchises granted by New York were granted without any attempt to secure from the grantees returns, in the way of taxation or otherwise, for the value received. The fact that they were thus granted by improper favoritism, a favoritism which in many cases was unquestionably secured by downright bribery, led to all kinds of trouble. In return for the continuance of these improper favors to the corporations, politicians expected improper favors in the way of excessive campaign contributions, often contributed by the same corporation at the same time to two opposing parties. Before I became governor a bill had been introduced into the New York legislature to tax the franchises of these street railways. It affected a large number of corporations, but particularly those in New York and Buffalo. It had been suffered to slumber undisturbed, as none of the people in power dreamt of taking it seriously, and both the Republican and Democratic machines were hostile to it. Under the rules of the New York legislature a bill could always be taken up out of its turn and passed if the governor sent in a special emergency message on its behalf. After I was elected governor, I had my attention directed to the franchise tax matter, looked into the subject, and came to the conclusion that it was a matter of plain decency and honesty that these companies should pay a tax on their franchises, inasmuch as they did nothing that could be considered a service rendered the public in lieu of a tax. This seemed to me so evidently the common sense and decent thing to do that I was hardly prepared for the storm of protest and anger which my proposal aroused. Senator Platt and the other machine leaders did everything to get me to abandon my intention. Talked the matter all over with them, and did my best to convert them to my way of thinking. Senator Platt, I believe, was quite sincere in his opposition. He did not believe in popular rule, and he did believe that big business men were entitled to have things their way. He profoundly distrusted the people, naturally enough, for the kind of human nature which a boss comes in contact with is not of an exalted type. He felt that anarchy would come if there was any interference with the system by which the people en masse were, under various necessary cloaks, controlled by the leaders in the political and business worlds. He wrote me a very strong letter of protest against my attitude, expressed in dignified, friendly, and temperate language, but using one word in a curious way. This was the word altruistic. He stated in his letter that he had not objected to my being independent in politics, because he had been sure that I had the good of the party at heart, and meant to act fairly and honourably, but that he had been warned, before I became a candidate, by a number of his business friends that I was a dangerous man because I was altruistic, and that he now feared that my conduct would justify the alarm thus expressed. I was interested in this, not only because Senator Platt was obviously sincere, but because of the way in which he used altruistic as a term of reproach, as if it was communistic or socialistic, the last being a word he did use to me when, as now and then happened, he thought that my proposals warranted fairly reckless vituperation. Senator Platt's letter ran in part as follows: "When the subject of your nomination was under consideration, there was one matter that gave me real anxiety. I think you will have no trouble in appreciating the fact that it was not the matter of your independence. I think we have got far enough along in our political acquaintance for you to see that my support in a convention does not imply subsequent demands, nor any other relation that may not reasonably exist for the welfare of the party. The thing that did bother me was this: I had heard from a good many sources that you were a little loose on the relations of capital and labour, on trusts and combinations, and, indeed, on those numerous questions which have recently arisen in politics, affecting the security of earnings and the right of a man to run his business in his own way, with due respect, of course, to the 10 Commandments and the Penal Code. Or, to get at it even more clearly, I understand from a number of business men, and among them many of your own personal friends, that you entertained various altruistic ideas, all very well in their way, but which, before they could safely be put into law, needed very profound consideration. You have just adjourned a legislature which created a good opinion throughout the state. I congratulate you heartily upon this fact, because I sincerely believe, as everybody else does, that this good impression exists very largely as a result of your personal influence in the legislative chambers. But at the last moment, and to my very great surprise, you did a thing which has caused the business community of New York to wonder how far the notions of populism, as laid down in Kansas and Nebraska, have taken hold upon the Republican party of the state of New York. In my answer I pointed out to the senator that I had as governor unhesitatingly acted, at Buffalo and elsewhere, to put down mobs, without regard to the fact that the professed leaders of labor furiously denounced me for so doing, but that I could no more tolerate wrong committed in the name of property than wrong committed against property. My letter ran in part as follows: I knew that you had just the feelings you describe; that is, apart from my impulsiveness, you felt that there was a justifiable anxiety among men of means, and especially men representing large corporate interests, lest I might feel too strongly on what you term the altruistic side in matters of labour and capital as regards the relations of the state to great corporations. I know that when parties divide on such issues as Bryanism, the tendency is to force everybody into one of two camps, and to throw out entirely men like myself, who are as strongly opposed to populism in every stage, as the greatest representative of corporate wealth, but who also feel strongly that many of these representatives of enormous corporate wealth have themselves been responsible for a portion of the condition against which Bryanism is in ignorant revolt. I do not believe that it is wise or safe for us as a party to take refuge in mere negation and to say that there are no evils to be corrected. It seems to me that our attitude should be one of correcting the evils and thereby showing that, whereas the populists, socialists, and others really do not correct the evils at all, or else only do so at the expense of producing others in aggravated form, on the contrary we Republicans hold the just balance, and set ourselves as resolutely against improper corporate influence on the one hand, as against demagogy and mob rule on the other. I understand perfectly that such an attitude of moderation is apt to be misunderstood, when passions are greatly excited and when victory is apt to rest with the extremists on one side or the other, yet I think it is in the long run the only wise attitude. I appreciate absolutely what Mr. Platt had said, that any applause I get will be too evanescent for a moment's consideration. I appreciate absolutely that the people who now loudly approve of my action in the franchise tax bill will forget all about it in a fortnight, and that, on the other hand, the very powerful interests adversely affected will always remember it. The leaders urged upon me that I personally could not afford to take this action, for under no circumstances could I ever again be nominated for any public office, as no corporation would subscribe to a campaign fund if I was on the ticket, and that they would subscribe most heavily to beat me. And when I asked if this were true of Republican corporations, the cynical answer was made that the corporations that subscribed most heavily to the campaign funds subscribed impartially to both party organizations. Under all these circumstances, it seemed to me there was no alternative but to do what I could to secure the passage of the bill. These two letters, written in the spring of 1899, express clearly the views of the two elements of the Republican party, whose hostility gradually grew until it culminated 13 years later. In 1912 the political and financial forces of which Mr. Platt had once been the spokesman usurped the control of the party machinery, and drove out of the party the men who were loyally endeavoring to apply the principles of the founders of the party to the needs and issues of their own day. I had made up my mind that if I could get a show in the legislature the bill would pass, because the people had become interested, and the representatives would scarcely dare to vote the wrong way. Accordingly, on April 27, 1899, I sent a special message to the Assembly, certifying that the emergency demanded the immediate passage of the bill. The machine leaders were bitterly angry, and the Speaker actually tore up the message without reading it to the Assembly. That night they were busy trying to arrange some device for the defeat of the bill, which was not difficult, as the session was about to close. At 7 the next morning I was informed of what had occurred. At 8 I was in the Capitol at the Executive Chamber, and sent in another special message, which opened as follows: I learned that the emergency measure which I sent last evening to the Assembly on behalf of the franchise tax bill has not been read. I therefore send hereby another message on the subject. I need not impress upon the Assembly the need of passing this bill at once. I sent this message to the Assembly by my secretary, William J. Youngs, afterwards United States District Attorney of Kings, with an intimation that if this were not promptly read I should come up in person and read it. Then, as so often happens, the opposition collapsed and the bill went through both houses with a rush. I had in the House staunch friends, such as Regis Post and Alfred Cooley, men of character and courage, who would have fought to a finish had the need arisen. End of Chapter 8, Part 3.
Chapter 8, Part 4 of the Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Ken Campbell. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 8, The New York Governorship, Part 4. My troubles were not at an end, however. The bill put the taxation in the hands of the local county boards, and as the railway sometimes passed through several different counties, this was inadvisable. It was the end of the session and the legislature adjourned. The corporations affected, through various counsel, and the different party leaders of both organizations urged me not to sign the bill, laying a special stress on this feature, and asking that I wait until the following year, when a good measure could be put through with this obnoxious feature struck out. I had 30 days under the law in which to sign the bill. If I did not sign it by the end of that time, it would not become law. I answered my political and corporation friends by telling them that I agreed with them that this feature was wrong, but that I would rather have the bill with this feature than not have it at all, and that I was not willing to trust to what might be done a year later. Therefore, I explained, I would reconvene the legislature in special session, and if the legislature chose to amend the bill by placing the power of taxation in the state instead of in the county or municipality, I would be glad, but that if it failed to amend it, or amend it improperly, I would sign the original bill and let it become law as it was. When the representatives of Mr. Platt and of the corporations affected found they could do no better, they assented to this proposition. Efforts were tentatively made to outwit me by inserting amendments that would nullify the effects of the law, or by withdrawing the law when the legislature convened, which would at once have deprived me of the whip hand. On May 12th, I wrote Senator Platt outlining the amendments I desired and said, "Of course it must be understood that I will sign the present bill if the proposed bill containing the changes outlined above fails to pass." On May 18th, I notified the Senate leader John Raines by telegram, "Legislature has no power to withdraw the Ford bill. If attempt is made to do so, I will sign the bill at once." On the same day, by telegram, I wired Mr. Odell concerning the bill the leaders were preparing. "Some provisions of bill very objectable. I am at work on bill to show you tomorrow." The bill must not contain greater changes than those outlined in my message. My wishes were heeded, and when I had reconvened the legislature, it amended the bill as I outlined in my message, and in its amended form the bill became law. There promptly followed something which afforded an index of a good faith of the corporations that had been protesting me. As soon as the change for which they had begged was inserted in the law, and the law was signed, they turned round and refused to pay the taxes, and in the lawsuit that followed they claimed that the law was unconstitutional because it contained the very clause which they had so clamorously demanded. Senator David B. Hill had appeared before me on behalf of the corporations to argue for the change, and then appeared before the courts to make the arguments on the other side. The suit was carried through the Supreme Court of the United States, which declared the law constitutional during the time that I was president. One of the painful duties of the chief executive in the states like New York, as well as in the nation, is refusing of pardons. Yet I can imagine nothing more necessary from the standpoint of good citizenship than the ability to steel one's heart in the matter of granting pardons. The pressure is always greatest in two classes of cases. First, that where capital punishment is inflicted. Second, that where the man is prominent socially and in the business world, and where in consequence his crime is apt to have been one concerned in some way with finance. As regards capital cases, the trouble is that emotional men and women always see only the individual whose fate is up at the moment, and neither his victim nor the many millions of unknown individuals who would in the long run be harmed by what they ask. Moreover, almost any criminal, however brutal, has usually some person, often a person whom he has greatly wronged, who will plead for him. If the mother is alive, she will always come, and she cannot help feeling that the case in which she is so concerned is peculiar, that in this case a pardon should be granted. It was really heart-rending to have seen the kinfolk and friends of murderers who were condemned to death, and among the very rare occasions when anything governmental or officials caused me to lose sleep were the times when I had to listen to some poor mother making a plea for a criminal so wicked, so utterly brutal and depraved, that it would have been a crime on my part to remit his punishment. On the other hand, there were certain crimes where requests for leniency merely made me angry. Such crimes were, for instance, rape, or that circulation of indecent literature, or anything connected with what would now be called the white slave traffic, or wife murder, or gross cruelty to women and children, or seduction and abandonment, or the action of some man getting a girl whom he had seduced to commit abortion. I am speaking in each instance of cases that actually came before me, either while I was governor or while I was president. In an astonishing number of these cases, of men of high standing signed petitions or wrote letters asking me to show leniency to the criminal. In 2 or 3 of these cases, one where some young roughs had committed rape on a helpless immigrant girl, and another in which a physician of wealth and high standing had seduced a girl, and then induced her to commit abortion, I rather lost my temper, and wrote to the individuals who had asked for the pardon, saying that I extremely regretted that it was not in my power to increase the sentence. I then let the facts be made public, for I thought that my petitioners deserved public censure. Whether they received this public censure or not, I did not know, but that my actions made them very angry I do know, and their anger gave me real satisfaction. The list of these petitioners was a fairly long one, and included 2 United States senators, a governor of a state, 2 judges, an editor, and some eminent lawyers and businessmen. In the class of cases where the offense was one involving the misuse of large sums of money, the reason for the pressure was different. Cases of this kind more frequently came before me when I was president, but they also came before me when I was governor, chiefly in the cases of county treasurers who had embezzled funds. A big bank president, a railway magnate, and the official connected with some big corporation, or a government official in a responsible fiduciary position, necessarily belonged among the men who have succeeded in life. This means that his family are living in comfort and perhaps luxury and refinement, and that his sons and daughters have been well educated. In such a case, the misdeed of the father comes as a crushing disaster to the wife and children, and the people of the community, however bitter originally against the man, grow to feel the most intense sympathy for the bowed-down woman and the children who suffer for the man's fault. It is a dreadful thing in life that so much of atonement for wrongdoing is vicarious. If it were possible in such a case to think only of the banker's or county treasurer's wife and children, any man would pardon the offender at once. Unfortunately, it is not right to think only of the women and children. The very fact that in cases of this class there is certain to be pressure from high sources, pressure sometimes by men who have been beneficially, even though remotely, interested in the man's criminality, no less than pressure because of honest sympathy with the wife and children, makes it necessary that the good public servant shall, no matter how deep his sympathy and regret, steel his heart and do his duty by refusing to let the wrongdoer out. My experience of the way in which pardons are often granted is one of the reasons why I do not believe that life imprisonment for murder or rape is a proper substitute for the death penalty. The average term of so-called life imprisonment in this country is only about 14 years. Of course, there were cases where I either commuted sentences or pardoned offenders with real pleasure. For instance, when president, I frequently commuted sentences for horse stealing in the Indian Territory, because the penalty for stealing a horse was disproportionate to the penalty for many other crimes, and the offense was usually committed by some ignorant young fellow who found a half-wild horse and really did not commit anything like as serious as an offense as the penalty indicated. The judges would be obliged to give the minimum penalty, but would forward me memoranda stating that if there had been a less penalty, they would have inflicted it, and I would then commute the sentence to the penalty thus indicated. In one case in New York, I pardoned outright a man convicted of murder in the second degree, and I did this on a recommendation of a friend, Father Doyle of the Paulist Fathers. I had become intimate with the Paulist Fathers while I was a police commissioner, and I had grown to feel confidence in their judgment, for I had found that they always told me exactly what the facts were about any man, whether he belonged to their church or not. In this case, the convicted man was a strongly built, respectable old Irishman, employed as a watchman around some big cattle-killing establishments. The young roughs of the neighborhood, which was then of a rather lawless type, used to try to destroy the property of the companies. In a conflict with a watchman, a member of one of the gangs was slain. The watchman was acquitted, but the neighborhood was much wrought up over the acquittal. Shortly afterwards, a gang of the same roughs attacked another watchman, the old Irishman in question, and finally, to save his own life, he was obliged in self-defense to kill one of his assailants. The feeling in the community, however, was strongly against him, and some of the men high up in the corporation became frightened and thought it would be better to throw over the watchman. He was convicted. Father Doyle came to me, told me that he knew the man well, that he was one of the best members of his church, admirable in every way, that he had simply been forced to fight for his life while loyally doing his duty, and that the conviction represented the triumph of the tough element of the district and the abandonment of this man by those who should have stood by him under the influence of an unworthy fear. I looked into the case, came to the conclusion that Father Doyle was right, and gave the man a full pardon before he had served 30 days. The various clashes between myself and the machine, my triumph in them, and the fact that the people were getting more and more interested and aroused, brought on a curious situation in the Republican National Convention in Philadelphia in June of 1900. Senator Platt and the New York machine leaders had become very anxious to get me out of the governorship, chiefly because of the hostility of the big corporation men towards me, but they had also become convinced that there was such a popular feeling on my behalf that it would be difficult to refuse me a renomination if I demanded it. They accordingly decided to push me for vice president, taking advantage of the fact that there was at the time a good deal of feeling for me in the country at large. See Appendix B to this chapter. I myself did not appreciate that there was any such feeling, and as I greatly had dislike for the office of vice president and was much interested in the governorship, I announced that I would not accept the vice presidency. I was one of the delegates to Philadelphia. On reaching there, I found that the situation was complicated. Senator Hanna appeared on the surface to have control of the convention. He was anxious that I should not be nominated as vice president. Senator Platt was anxious that I should be nominated as vice president in order to get me out of the New York governorship. Each took a position opposite to that of the other, but each at the time cordially sympathized with the other's feelings about me. It was a manifestation and not the feelings that differed. My supporters in New York State did not wish me nominated for vice president because they wished me to continue as governor. But in every other state, all the people who admired me were bound that I should be nominated as vice president. These people were almost all desirous of seeing Mr. McKinley renominated as president, but they became angry at Senator Hanna's opposition to me as vice president. He, in his turn, suddenly became aware that if he persisted, he might find that in their anger these men would oppose McKinley's renomination, and although they could not have prevented the nomination, such opposition would have been a serious blow in the campaign which was to follow. Senator Hanna therefore began to waver. Meanwhile, a meeting of the New York delegation was called. Most of the delegates were under the control of Senator Platt. The senator notified me that if I refused to accept the nomination for vice president, I would be beaten for the nomination for governor. I answered that I would accept the challenge, that I would have a straight-out fight of the proposition, and that I would begin at once by telling the assembled delegates of the threat, and giving fair warning that I intended to fight for the governorship nomination, and, moreover, that I intended to get it. This brought Senator Platt to terms. The effort to instruct the New York delegation for me was abandoned, and Lieutenant Governor Woodruff was presented for the nomination in my place. I suppose that this closed the incident and that no further effort would be made to nominate me for the vice presidency. On the contrary, the effect was directly the reverse. The upset of the New York machine increased the feeling of the delegates from the other states that it was necessary to draft me for the nomination. By the next day, Senator Hanna himself had concluded that this was a necessity, and acquiesced in the movement. As New York was already committed against me, and as I was not willing that there should be any chance of supporting that the New Yorkers had nominated me to get rid of me, the result was that I was nominated and seconded from outside states. No other candidate was placed in the field. By this time the legislature had adjourned, and most of my work as governor of New York was over. One unexpected bit of business arose, however. It was the year of the presidential campaign. Tammany, which had been lukewarm about Byron in 1896, cordially supported him in 1900, and when Tammany heartily supports a candidate, it is well for the opposing candidate to keep a sharp lookout for election frauds. City government was in the hands of Tammany, but I had the power to remove the mayor, the sheriff, and the district attorney for malfeasance or malfeasance in office. Such power had not been exercised by any previous governor, as far as I knew, but it existed, and if the malfeasance or malfeasance warranted it, and if the governor proposed the requisite determination, the power could be and ought to be exercised. By an act of the legislature, a State Bureau of Elections had been created in New York City, and a superintendent of elections appointed by the governor. The chief of the State Bureau of Elections was John McCullough, formerly in the police department when I was a police commissioner. The chief of police for the city was William F. Devery, one of the Tammany leaders who represented in the police department all that I had warned against while commissioner. On November 4th, Devery directed his subordinates in the police department to disregard the orders which McCulloch had given his deputies, orders which were essential if we were to secure an honest election in the city. I had just returned from a Western campaign trip, and I was at Sagamore Hill. I had no direct power over Devery, but the mayor had, and I had power over the mayor. Accordingly, I at once wrote the mayor of New York, to the sheriff of New York, and to the district attorney in New York County the following letters. State of New York, Oyster Bay, November 5th, 1900. To the mayor of the city of New York. Sir, my attention has been called to the official order issued by Chief of Police Devery, in which he directs his subordinates to disregard the chief of the State Elections Bureau, John McCulloch, and his deputies. Unless you have already taken steps to secure the recall of this order, it is necessary for me to point out that I shall be obliged to hold you responsible as the head of the city government for the action of the chief of police. If it should result in any breach of peace and intimidation or any crime whatever against the election laws, the state and city authorities should work together. I will not fail to call to summary account either state or city authority in the event of either being guilty of intimidation or conveyance of fraud or failure to protect every legal voter in his rights. I therefore hereby notify you that in the event of any wrongdoing following upon the failure of immediate to recall Chief Devery's order, and upon any action or inaction on the part of Chief Devery, I must necessarily call you to account. Yours, etc., Theodore Roosevelt. State of New York, Oyster Bay, November 5, 1900. To the Sheriff of the County of New York. Sir, my attention has been called to the official order issued by the Chief of Police Devery, in which he directs his subordinates to disregard the Chief of the State Elections Bureau, John McCulloch, and his deputies. It is your duty to assist in the orderly enforcement of the law, and I shall hold you strictly responsible for any breach of the public peace within your county, or for any failure on your part to do your full duty in connection with the election tomorrow. Yours truly, Theodore Roosevelt. State of New York, Oyster Bay, November 5, 1900. To the District Attorney of the County of New York. Sir, my attention has been called to the official order issued by Chief of Police Devery, in which he directs his subordinates to disregard the Chief of State Elections Bureau, John McCulloch, and his deputies. In view of this order, I call your attention to the fact that it is your duty to assist in the orderly enforcement of the law, and there must be no failure on your part to do your full duty in this matter. Yours truly, Theodore Roosevelt. These letters had the desired effect. The mayor promptly required Chief Devery to rescind the obnoxious order, which was promptly done. The sheriff also took prompt action. The district attorney refused to heed my letter and assumed an attitude of defiance, and I removed him from office. On election day there was no clash between the city and the state authorities. The election was orderly and honest. Appendix A. Conservation. As foreshadowing the course I later as president followed in this matter, I give extracts of one of my letters to the Commission, and from my second and last annual message. I spent the first months of my term in investigations to find out just what the situation was. On November 28, 1899, I wrote to the Commission as follows. I have had very many complaints before this as to the inefficiency of the game wardens and game protectors, the complaints usually taking the form that the men have been appointed and are retained without due regard to the duties to be performed. I do not wish a man to be retained or appointed who is not thoroughly fit to perform the duties of game protector. The Adirondacks are entitled to a peculiar share of the Commission's attention, both from the standpoint of forestry and from the less important, but still very important, standpoint of game and fish protection. The men who do duty as game protectors in the Adirondacks should, by preference, be appointed from the locality itself, and should in all cases be thorough woodsmen. The mere fact that a game protector has to hire a guide to pilot him through the woods is enough to show his unfitness for the position. I want as game protectors men of courage, resolution, and hardihood, who can handle a rifle, axe, and paddle, who can camp out in the summer or winter, who can go on snowshoes if necessary, who can go through the woods by day or by night without regard to trails. I should like full information about all your employees, as to their capacities, as to the labor they perform, and to the distribution from where they do their work. Many of the men hitherto appointed owed their positions principally to political preference. The changes I recommended were promptly made, and much to the good of the public service. In my annual message in January 1900, I said, "Great progress has been made through the fish hatcheries in the propagation of valuable food and supporting fish. The laws for the protection of deer have resulted in their increase. Nevertheless, as railroads tend to encroach on the wilderness, the temptation to illegal hunting becomes greater, and the danger from forest fire increases. There is need of great improvement, both in our laws and in their administration. The game wardens have been too few in number. More should be provided. None save fit men must be appointed, and their retention in office must depend purely upon zeal, ability, and efficiency in which they perform their duties. The game wardens in the forest must be woodsmen, and they should have no outside business. In short, there should be a thorough reorganization of the work of the Commission. Careful study of the resources and condition of the forests on state lands must be made. It is certainly not too much to expect that the state forest should be managed as efficiently as the forests on private lands in the same neighborhoods, and the measure of difference in efficiency of management must be the measure of condemnation or praise on the way the public forests have been managed. The subject of forest preservation is of the utmost importance to the state. The Adirondacks and Catskills should be great parks, kept in perpetuity for the benefit and enjoyment of our people. Much has been done of late years towards their preservation, but very much remains to be done. The provisions of law in reference to sawmills and wood pulp mills are defective and should be changed so as to prohibit the dumping of dye stuff, sawdust, or tan bark in any amount whatsoever into the streams. Reservoirs should be made, but not where they will tend to destroy large sections of the forest, and only after careful and scientific study of the water resources of the region. People of the forest regions are themselves growing more and more to realize the necessity of preserving both the trees and the game. A live deer in the wood will attract to the neighborhood 10 times the money that could be obtained for the deer's dead carcass. Timber theft on state lands is, of course, a grave offense against the whole public. Hardy outdoor sports like hunting are in themselves of no small value to the national character, and should be encouraged in every way. Men who go into the wilderness, indeed men who take part in any field sports with horse or rifle, receive a benefit which can hardly be given by even the most rigorous athletic games. There is a further and more immediate and practical end in view. A primeval forest is a great sponge which absorbs and distills the rainwater, and when it is destroyed, the result is apt to be an alternation of flood and drought. Forest fires ultimately make the land a desert, and are a detriment to all that portion of the state tributary to the streams through the woods which they occur. Every effort should be made to minimize their destructive influences. We need to have our system of forestry gradually developed and conducted along scientific principles. When this is done, it will be possible to allow marketable lumber to be cut everywhere without damage to the forests, indeed with positive advantage to them. But until lumbering is thus conducted on strictly scientific principles, no less than upon principles of the strictly honest towards the state, we cannot afford to suffer it at all in the state forests. Unrestrained greed means the ruin of great woods and the drying up of the sources of the rivers. Ultimately, the administration of the state lands must be so centralized as to enable us definitely to place responsibility in regards to everything concerning them, and to demand the highest degree of trained intelligence in their use. The state should not permit within its limits factories to make bird skins or bird feathers into articles of ornaments or wearing apparel. Ordinary birds, and especially songbirds, should be rigidly protected. Game birds should never be shot to a greater extent that will offset the natural rate of increase. Care should be taken not to encourage the use of cold storage or any other market systems which are a benefit to no one but the wealthy epicure who can afford to pay a heavy price for luxuries. These systems tend to the destruction of the game, which would bear most severely upon the very men whose rapacity had been appealed in order to secure its extermination. I reorganized the commission, putting Austin Wadsworth at its head. Appendix B. The Political Situation in 1900. My general scheme of action as governor was given in a letter I wrote one of my supporters among the independent district organization leaders, Norton Goddard, on April 16, 1900. It runs in part as follows. Nobody can tell, at least of all the machine itself, whether the machine intends to renominate me next fall or not. If, for some reason, I should be weak, whether on account of faults or virtues, doubtless the machine will throw me over, and I think I am not uncharitable when I say they would feel no acute grief at doing so. It would be very strange if they did feel such grief. If, for instance, we had strikes which led to riots, I would of course be obliged to preserve order and stop the riots. Decent citizens would demand that I should do it, and in any event I should do it wholly without regard to their demands. But once it was done, they would forget all about it, while a great many laboring men, honest but ignorant and prejudiced, would bear a grudge against me for doing it. This might put me out of the running as a candidate. Again, the big corporations undoubtedly want to beat me. They prefer the chance of being blackmailed to the certainty that they will not be allowed any more than their due. Of course, they will try to beat me on some entirely different issue, and as they are very able and very unscrupulous, nobody can tell they won't succeed. I have been trying to stay in with the organization. I did not do it with the idea that they would renominate me. I did it with the idea of getting things done, and in that I have been absolutely successful. Whether Senator Platt and Mr. Odell endeavor to beat me, or do beat me for that renomination next fall, is of very small importance compared to the fact that for my 2 years I have been able to make a Republican majority in the legislature do good and decent work, and have prevented any split within the party. The task was one of great difficulty, because on the one hand I had to keep clearly before me the fact that it was better to have a split than to permit bad work to be done, and on the other hand the fact that to have a split would absolutely prevent all good work. The result has been that I have avoided a split, and that as a net result of my 2 years and the 2 sessions in the legislature, there have been enormous improvements in the administration of the government, and there has also been a great advance in legislation. To show my reading of the situation at the time, I quote from a letter of mine to Joseph B. Bishop, then editor of the Commercial Advertiser, with whom toward the end of my term I had grown into very close relations, and who, together with my other 2 friends, Albert Shaw, of the Review of Reviews, and Silas McBee, now the editor of the Constructive Quarterly, knew the inside of every movement, so far as I knew it myself. The letter, which dated April 11, 1900, runs in part as follows. The dangerous element, as far as I am concerned, comes from the corporations. The, naming certain men, crowd, those like them, have been greatly exasperated by the franchise tax. They would like to get me out of politics for good, but at the moment they think the best thing to do is to put me into the vice presidency. Naturally, I will not be opposed openly on the ground of the corporation's grievance, but every kind of false statement will continually be made, and men like, naming the editors of certain newspapers, will attack me, not as the enemy of corporations, but as their tool. There is no question whatever that if the leaders can, they will upset me. One position which as governor and as president I consistently took, seems to me to represent what ought to be a fundamental principle in American legislative work. I steadfastly refuse to advocate any law, no matter how admirable in theory, if there was good reason to believe that in practice it would not be executed. I have always sympathized with the view set forth by Palladio Webster in 1783, quoted by Hannes Taylor in his Genesis of the Supreme Court: laws or ordinance of any kind, especially of august bodies of high dignity and consequence, which fail of execution, are much worse than none. They weaken the government, expose it to contempt, destroy the confidence of all men, native and foreigners, in it, and expose both aggregate bodies of individuals who have placed confidence in it to many ruinous disappointments, which they would have escaped had no such law or ordinance been made. This principle, by the way, not only applies to an internal law which cannot be executed, it applies even more to international action, such as an universal arbitrary treaty, which cannot and will not be kept. And most of all, it applies to proposals to make such universal arbitration treaties at the very time that we are not keeping our solemn promise to execute limited arbitration treaties which have already been made. A general arbitration treaty is merely a promise. It represents merely a debt of honorable obligation, and nothing is more discreditable for a nation or an individual than to cover up the repudiation of a debt which can be and ought to be paid, by recklessly promising to incur a new and insecure debt which no wise man for one moment supposes ever will be paid. End of Chapter 8. Recorded by Ken Campbell.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 9. Outdoors and Indoors, Part 1. There are men who love out of doors, who yet never open a book, and other men who love books, but to whom the great book of nature is a sealed volume, and the lines written therein blurred and illegible. Nevertheless, among those men whom I have known, the love of books and the love of outdoors, in their highest expressions, have usually gone hand in hand. It is an affectation for the man who is praising outdoors to sneer at books. Usually, the keenest appreciation of what is seen in nature is to be found in those who have also profited by the hoarded and recorded wisdom of their fellow men. Love of outdoor life, love of simple and hearty pastimes, can be gratified by men and women who do not possess large means, and who work hard, and so can love of good books, not of good bindings and of first editions, excellent enough in their way, but sheer luxuries. I mean love of reading books, owning them, if possible, of course, but if that is not possible, getting them from a circulating library. Sagamore Hill takes its name from the old Sagamore Mohannis, who, as chief of his little tribe, signed away his rights to the land 2½ centuries ago. The house stands right on top of the hill, separated by fields and belts of woodland from all other houses, and it looks out over the bay and the sound. We see the sun go down beyond long reaches of land and water. Many birds dwell in the trees round the house, or in the pastures and the woods near by, and of course in winter gulls, loons, and wild fowl frequent the waters of the bay and the sound. We love all the seasons, the snows and bare woods of winter, the rush of growing things, and the blossom spray of spring, the yellow grain, the ripening fruits and tasselled corn, and the deep leafy shades that are heralded by the green dance of summer, and the sharp fall winds that tear the brilliant banners with which the trees greet the dying year. The sound is always lovely. In the summer nights we watch it from the piazza, and see the lights of the tall Fall River boats as they steam steadily by. Now and then we spend a day on it, the two of us together, in the light rowing skiff, or perhaps with one of the boys to pull an extra pair of oars. We land for lunch at noon under wind-beaten oaks on the edge of a low bluff, or among the wild plum bushes on a spit of white sand, while the sails of the coasting schooners gleam in the sunlight, and the tolling of the bell buoy comes landward across the waters. Long Island is not as rich in flowers as the valley of the Hudson. Yet there are many. Early in April there is one hillside near us which glows like a tender flame with the white of the bloodroot. About the same time we find the shy mayflower, the trailing arbutus, and although we rarely pick wildflowers, one member of the household always plucks a little bunch of mayflowers to send to a friend working in Panama, whose soul hungers for the northern spring. Then there are shade-blow and delicate anemones, about the time of the cherry blossoms. The brief glory of the apple orchards follow, and then the thronging dogwoods fill the forests with their radiance. And so flowers follow flowers until the springtime splendor closes with the laurel and the evanescent, honey-sweet locust bloom. The late summer flowers follow, like flaunting lilies, and cardinal flowers, and marshmallows, and pale peach rosemary, and the goldenrod and the asters, when the afternoon shortens and we again begin to think of fires in the wide fireplaces. Most of the birds in our neighborhood are the ordinary home friends of the house and the barn, the woodlot and the pasture, but now and then the species make queer shifts. The cheery quail, alas, are rarely found near us now, and we no longer hear the whippoorwills at night. But some birds visit us now which formerly did not. When I was a boy, neither the black-throated green warbler nor the purple finch nested around us, nor were bobolinks found in our fields. The black-throated green warbler is now one of our commonest summer warblers. There are plenty of purple finches, and, best of all, the bobolinks are far from infrequent. I had written about these new visitors to John Burroughs, and once when he came out to see me I was able to show them to him. When I was president we owned a little house in western Virginia, a delightful house, to us at least, although only a shell of rough boards. We used sometimes to go there in the fall, perhaps at Thanksgiving, and on these occasions we would have quail and rabbits of our own shooting, and once in a while a wild turkey. We also went there in the spring. Of course many of the birds were different from our Long Island friends. There were mocking-birds, the most attractive of all birds, and blue grosbeaks, and cardinals and summer redbirds, instead of scarlet tanagers, and those wonderful singers the Bewick's wrens, and Carolina wrens. All these I was able to show John Burroughs when he came to visit us, although, by the way, he did not appreciate as much as we did one set of inmates of the cottage, the flying squirrels. We loved having the flying squirrels, father and mother and half-grown young, in their nest among the rafters, and at night we slept so soundly that we did not in the least mind the wild gambols of the little fellows through the rooms, even when, as sometimes happened, they would swoop down to the bed and scuttle across it. One April I went to Yellowstone Park, when the snow was still very deep, and I took John Burroughs with me. I wished to show him the big game of the park, the wild creatures that had become so astonishingly tame and tolerant of human presence. In the Yellowstone, the animals seem always to behave as one wishes them to. It is always possible to see the sheep and deer and antelope, and also the great herds of elk, which are shyer than the smaller beasts. In April we found the elk weak after the short commons and hard living of winter. Once without much difficulty I regularly rounded up a big band of them, so that John Burroughs could look at them. I do not think, however, that he cared to see them as much as I did. The birds interested him more, especially a tiny owl the size of a robin, which we saw perched on the top of a tree in mid-afternoon, entirely uninfluenced by the sun and making a queer noise like a cork being pulled from a bottle. I was rather ashamed to find out how much better his eyes were than mine in seeing the birds and grasping their differences. When wolf hunting in Texas, and when bear hunting in Louisiana and Mississippi, I was not only enthralled by the sport, but also by the strange new birds and other creatures, and the trees and flowers I had not known before. By the way, there was one feast at the White House which stands above all others in my memory, even above the time when I lured Joel Chandler Harris thither for a night, a deed in which to triumph, as all who knew that inveterately shy recluse will testify. This was the bear hunters' dinner. I had been treated so kindly by my friends on these hunts, and they were such fine fellows, men whom I was so proud to think of as Americans, that I set my heart on having them at a hunter's dinner at the White House. One December I succeeded. There were 20 or 30 of them, all told, as good hunters, as daring riders, as first-class citizens as could be found anywhere. No finer set of guests ever sat at meat in the White House, and among other game on the table was a black bear, itself contributed by one of these same guests. When I first visited California, it was my good fortune to see the big trees, the sequoias, and then to travel down into the Yosemite, with John Muir. Of course, of all people in the world, he was the one with whom it was best worth while to thus see the Yosemite. He told me that when Emerson came to California he tried to get him to come out and camp with him, for that was the only way in which to see at their best the majesty and charm of the Sierras. But at the time Emerson was getting old and could not go. John Muir met me with a couple of packers and 2 mules to carry our tent, bedding, and food for a 3 days' trip. The first night was clear, and we lay down in the darkening aisles of the great sequoia grove. The majestic trunks, beautiful in colour and in symmetry, rose round us like the pillars of a mightier cathedral than ever was conceived even by the fervour of the Middle Ages. Hermit thrushes sang beautifully in the evening, and again with a burst of wonderful music at dawn. I was interested and a little surprised to find that, unlike John Burroughs, John Muir cared little for birds or bird songs, and knew little about them. The hermit thrushes meant nothing to him, the trees and the flowers and the cliffs everything. The only birds he noticed or cared for were some that were very conspicuous, such as the water ousels, always a particular favourite of mine too. The second night we camped in a snowstorm, on the edge of the canyon walls, under the spreading limbs of a grove of mighty silver fir, and next day we went down into the wonderland of the valley itself. I shall always be glad that I was in the Yosemite with John Muir and in the Yellowstone with John Burroughs. Like most Americans interested in birds and books, I know a good deal about English birds as they appear in books. I know the lark of Shakespeare and Shelley and the Ettrick Shepherd. I know the nightingale of Milton and Keats. I know Wordsworth's cuckoo. I know Mavis and Merle singing in the merry greenwood of the old ballads. I know Jenny Wren and Cock Robin of the nursery books. Therefore, I had always much desired to hear the birds in real life, and the opportunity offered in June, 1910, when I spent 2 or 3 weeks in England. As I could snatch but a few hours from a very exciting round of pleasures and duties, it was necessary for me to be with some companion who could identify both song and singer. In Sir Edward Grey, a keen lover of outdoor life in all its phases, and a delightful companion, who knows the songs and ways of English birds as very few do know them, I found the best possible guide. We left London on the morning of June 9th, 24 hours before I sailed from Southampton. Getting off the train at Basingstoke, we drove to the pretty, smiling valley of the Itchen. Here we tramped for 3 or 4 hours, then again drove, this time to the edge of the New Forest, where we first took tea at an inn, and then tramped through the forest to an inn on its other side, at Brockenhurst. At the conclusion of our walk my companion made a list of the birds we had seen, putting an asterisk opposite those which we had heard sing. There were 41 of the former and 23 of the latter, as follows. Birds which they both saw and heard: thrush, blackbird, lark, yellowhammer, robin, wren, gold-crested wren, goldfinch, chaffinch, greenfinch, dunnock, blackcap, golden warbler, willow warbler, chiffchaff, wood warbler, reed bunting, sedge warbler, turtle-dove, cuckoo, nightjar, and swallow. Birds which they only saw: pied wagtail, sparrow, hedge accenter, missel thrush, starling, rook, jackdaw, tree creeper, coot, water hen, little grebe, dabchick, tufted duck, wood pigeon, stock dove, peewit, tit, or coal tit, martin, swift, pheasant, and partridge. The valley of the Itchen is typically the England that we know from novel and story and essay. It is very beautiful in every way, with a rich, civilized, fertile beauty, the rapid brook twisting among its reed beds, the rich green of trees and grass, the stately woods, the gardens and fields, the exceedingly picturesque cottages, the great handsome houses standing in their parks. Birds were plentiful. I know but few places in America where one would see such an abundance of individuals, and I was struck by seeing such large birds as coots, water hens, grebes, tufted ducks, pigeons, and peewits. In places in America as thickly settled as the valley of the Itchen, I should not expect to see any like number of birds of this size, but I hope that the efforts of the Audubon societies and kindred organizations will gradually make themselves felt, until it becomes a point of honor, not only with the American man, but with the American small boy, to shield and protect all forms of harmless wild life. True sportsmen should take the lead in such a movement, for if there is to be any shooting there must be something to shoot. The prime necessity is to keep, and not kill out, even the birds which in legitimate numbers may be shot. The New Forest is a wild, uninhabited stretch of heath and woodland, many of the trees gnarled and aged, and its very wildness, the lack of cultivation, the ruggedness, made it strongly attractive in my eyes, and suggested my own country. The birds, of course, were much less plentiful than beside the Itchen. The bird that most impressed me on my walk was the blackbird. I had already heard nightingales in abundance near Lake Como, and had also listened to larks, but I had never heard either the blackbird, the song thrush, or the black-cap warbler, and while I knew that all three were good singers, I did not know what really beautiful singers they were. Blackbirds were very abundant, and they played a prominent part in the chorus which we heard throughout the day on every hand, though perhaps loudest the following morning at dawn. In its habits and manners the blackbird strikingly resembles our American robin, and indeed looks exactly like a robin, with a yellow bill and coal-black plumage. It hops everywhere over the lawns, just as our robin does, and it lives in nests in the gardens in the same fashion. Its song has a general resemblance to that of our robin, but many of the notes are far more musical, more like those of our wood thrush. Indeed, there were individuals among those we heard, certain of whose notes seemed to me almost to equal in point of melody the chimes of the wood thrush, and the highest possible praise for any song-bird is to liken its song to that of the wood thrush or hermit thrush. I certainly do not think that the blackbird has received full justice in the books. I knew that he was a singer, but I really had no idea how fine a singer he was. I suppose one of his troubles has been his name, just as with our own catbird. When he appears in the ballads as the merle, bracketed with his cousin the mavis, the song thrush, it is far easier to recognize him as the master singer that he is. It is a fine thing for England to have such an asset of the countryside, a bird so common, so much in evidence, so fearless, and such a really beautiful singer. The thrush is a fine singer too, a better singer than our American robin, but to my mind not at the best quite as good as the blackbird at his best, although often I found difficulty in telling the song of one from the song of the other, especially if I only heard 2 or 3 notes. The larks were, of course, exceedingly attractive. It was fascinating to see them spring from the grass, circle upwards, steadily singing and soaring for several minutes, and then return to the point whence they had started. As my companion pointed out, they exactly fulfilled Wordsworth's description. They soared, but did not roam. It is quite impossible wholly to differentiate a bird's voice from its habits and surroundings. Although in the lark's song there are occasional musical notes, the song as a whole is not very musical, but it is so joyous, buoyant, and unbroken, and uttered under such conditions as fully to entitle the bird to the place he occupies with both poet and prose writer. The most musical singer we heard was the black-cap warbler. To my ear its song seemed more musical than that of the nightingale. It was astonishingly powerful for so small a bird. In volume and continuity it does not come up to the songs of the thrushes and of certain other birds, but in quality, as an isolated bit of melody, it can hardly be surpassed. Among the minor singers the robin was noticeable. We all know this pretty little bird from the books, and I was prepared to find him as friendly and attractive as he proved to be, but I had not realized how well he sang. It is not a loud song, but very musical and attractive, and the bird is said to sing practically all through the year. The song of the wren interested me much, because it was not in the least like that of our house wren, but on the contrary like that of our winter wren. But the song did not seem to me to be as brilliantly musical as that of the tiny singer of the north woods. The sedge warbler sang in the thick reeds a mocking ventriloquial lay, which reminded me at times of the less pronounced parts of our yellow-breasted chat's song. The cuckoo's cry was singularly attractive and musical, far more so than the rolling, many times repeated, note of our rain-crow. We did not reach the inn at Brockenhurst until about 9 o'clock, just at nightfall, and a few minutes before that we heard a nightjar. It did not sound in the least like either our whippoorwill or our nighthawk, uttering a long continued call of 1 or 2 syllables, repeated over and over. The chaffinch was very much in evidence, continually chaunting its unimportant little ditty. I was pleased to see the bold, masterful missel thrush, the storm-cock as it is often called, but this bird breeds and sings in the early spring, when the weather is still tempestuous, and had long been silent when we saw it. The starlings, rooks, and jackdaws did not sing, and their calls were attractive merely as the calls of our grackles are attractive, and the other birds that we heard sing, though they played their part in the general chorus, were performers of no especial note, like our tree-creepers, pine-warblers, and chipping sparrows. The great spring chorus had already begun to subside, but the woods and fields were still vocal, with beautiful bird music. The country was very lovely, the inn as comfortable as possible, and the bath and supper very enjoyable after our tramp, and altogether I passed no pleasanter 24 hours during my entire European trip. End of Chapter 9, Part 1.
Chapter 9, Part 2 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Nelson. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 9, Outdoors and Indoors, Part 2. 10 days later, at Sagamore Hill, I was among my own birds, and was much interested as I listened to and looked at them, and remembering the notes and actions of the birds I had seen in England. On the evening of the first day I sat in my rocking-chair on the broad veranda, looking across the Sound towards the glory of the sunset. The thickly grassed hillside sloped down in front of me to a belt of forest, from which rose the golden leisurely chiming of the wood thrushes, chanting their vespers. Through the still air came the warble of vireo and tanager, and after nightfall we heard the flight song of an oven-bird from the same belt of timber. Overhead an oriole sang in the weeping elm, now and then breaking his song to scold like an overgrown wren. Song sparrows and catbirds sang in the shrubbery, and one robin had built its nest over the front and one over the back door, and there was a chippy's nest in the wisteria vine by the stoop. During the next 24 hours I saw and heard, either right around the house or while walking down to bathe through the woods, the following 42 birds: light green heron, night heron, red-tailed hawk, yellow-billed cuckoo, kingfisher, flicker, hummingbird, swift, meadowlark, red-winged blackbird, sharp-tailed finch, song sparrow, chipping sparrow, bush sparrow, purple finch, Baltimore oriole, cow bunting, robin, wood thrush, thrasher, catbird, scarlet tanager, red-eyed vireo, yellow warbler, black-throated green warbler, kingbird, wood pewee, crow, blue jay, cedar bird, Maryland yellowthroat, chickadee, black and white creeper, barn swallow, white-breasted swallow, ovenbird, thistlefinch, vesper finch, indigo bunting, towhee, grasshopper sparrow, and screech owl. The birds were still in full song, for on Long Island there is little abatement in the chorus until about the second week of July, when the blossoming of the chestnut trees patches the woodland with frothy greenish yellow. Alas, the blight has now destroyed the chestnut trees, and robbed our woods of one of their distinctive beauties. Our most beautiful singers are the wood thrushes. They sing not only in the early morning, but throughout the long, hot June afternoons. Sometimes they sing in the trees immediately around the house, and if the air is still we can always hear them from among the tall trees at the foot of the hill. The thrashers sing in the hedgerows beyond the garden, the catbirds everywhere. The catbirds have such an attractive song that it is extremely irritating to know that at any moment they may interrupt it to mew and squeal. The bold, cheery music of the robins always seems typical of the bold, cheery birds themselves. The Baltimore orioles nest in the young elms around the house, and the orchard orioles in the apple trees near the garden and outbuildings. Among the earliest sounds of spring is the cheerful, simple, homely song of the song sparrow. And in March we also hear the piercing cadence of the meadowlark, to us one of the most attractive of all bird calls. Of late years, now and then we hear the rollicking, bubbling melody of the bobolink in the pastures back of the barn. And when the full chorus of these and of many other of the singers of spring is dying down, there are some true hot-weather songsters, such as the brightly-hued indigo buntings and thistle-finches. Among the finches, one of the most musical and plaintive songs is that of the bush sparrow. I do not know why the books call it field sparrow, for it does not dwell in the open fields like the vesper finch, the Savannah sparrow, and grasshopper sparrow, but among the cedars and bayberry bushes and young locusts in the same places where the prairie warbler is found. Nor is it only the true songs that delight us. We love to hear the flickers call, and we readily pardon any one of their number, which, as occasionally happens, is bold enough to wake us in the early morning by drumming on the shingles of the roof. In our ears the red-winged blackbirds have a very attractive note. We love the screaming of the red-tailed hawks as they soar high overhead, and even the calls of the night heron that rest in the tall water maples by one of the wood ponds on our place, and the little green herons that nest beside the salt marsh. It is hard to tell just how much of the attraction in any bird note lies in the music itself and how much in the associations. This is what makes it so useless to try to compare the bird songs of one country with those of another. A man who is worth anything can no more be entirely impartial in speaking of the bird songs with which from his earliest childhood he has been familiar than he can be entirely impartial in speaking of his own family. At Sagamore Hill we love a great many things, birds and trees and books, and all things beautiful, and horses and rifles, and children, and hard work, and the joy of life. We have great fireplaces, and in them the logs roar and crackle during the long winter evenings. The big piazza is for the hot, still afternoons of summer. As in every house, there are things that appeal to the householder because of their associations, but which would not mean much to others. Naturally, any man who has been president and filled other positions accumulates such things, with scant regard to his own personal merits. Perhaps our most cherished possessions are a Remington bronze, the Bronco Buster, given me by my men when the regiment was mustered out, and a big Tiffany silver vase given to Mrs. Roosevelt by the enlisted men of the battleship Louisiana after we returned from a cruise on her to Panama. It was a real surprise gift presented to her in the White House on behalf of the whole crew by 4 as strapping man-of-war's men as ever swung a turret or pointed a 12-inch gun. The enlisted men of the Army I already knew well. Of course I knew well the officers of both Army and Navy, but the enlisted men of the Navy I only grew to know well when I was president. On the Louisiana, Mrs. Roosevelt and I once dined at the chief petty officer's mess, and on another battleship, the Missouri, when I was in company with Admiral Evans and Captain Cowles, and again on the Sylph and on the Mayflower we also dined as guests of the crew. When we finished our trip on the Louisiana, I made a short speech to the assembled crew, and at its close one of the petty officers, the very picture of what a man-of-war's man should look like, proposed 3 cheers for me in terms that struck me as curiously illustrative of America at her best. He said, "Now then, men, 3 cheers for Theodore Roosevelt, the typical American citizen." That was the way in which they thought of the American president, and a very good way, too. It was an expression that would have come naturally only to men in whom the American principles of government and life were ingrained, just as they were ingrained in the men of my regiment. I need scarcely add, but I will add for the benefit of those who do not know, that this attitude of self-respecting identification of interest and purpose is not only compatible with, but can only exist when there is fine and real discipline, as thorough and genuine as the discipline that has always obtained in the most formidable fighting fleets and armies. The discipline and the mutual respect are complementary, not antagonistic. During the presidency, all of us, but especially the children, became close friends with many of the sailor men. The four bearers of the vase to Mrs. Roosevelt were promptly hailed as delightful big brothers by our two smallest boys, who at once took them to see the sights of Washington in the landau, the President's land ho, as with seafaring humor our guests immediately styled it. Once, after we were in private life again, Mrs. Roosevelt was in a railway station and had some difficulty with her ticket. A fine-looking, quiet man stepped up and asked if he could be of help. He remarked that he had been one of the Mayflower's crew and knew us well, and in answer to a question explained that he had left the Navy in order to study dentistry, and added, a delicious touch, that while thus preparing himself to be a dentist, he was earning the necessary money to go on with his studies by practicing the profession of a prize fighter, being a good man in the ring. There are various bronzes in the house. St. Gaudens Puritan, a token from my staff officers when I was governor. Proctor's cougar, the gift of the tennis cabinet, who also gave us a beautiful silver bowl, which is always lovingly pronounced to rhyme with owl, because that was the pronunciation used at the time of the giving by the valued friend who acted as spokesman for his fellow members, and who was himself the only non-American member of the said cabinet. There is a horseman by Mac Moniz, and a big bronze vase by Chemis, an adaptation or development of the pottery vases of the southwestern Indians. Mixed with all these gifts from various sources, ranging from a brazen Buddha sent me from the Dalai Lama, and a wonderful psalter from the Emperor Menelik to a priceless ancient samurai sword, coming from Japan in remembrance of the Peace of Portsmouth, and a beautifully inlaid miniature suit of Japanese armor given me by a favorite hero of mine, Admiral Togo, when he visited Sagamore Hill. There are things from European friends, a mosaic picture of Pope Leo XIII in his garden, a huge, very handsome edition of the Nibelungenlied, a striking miniature of John Hampden from Windsor Castle, editions of Dante and the campaigns of Eugenio von Savoy, another of my heroes, a dead hero this time, a Viking cup, the state sword of a Uganda king, the gold box in which the freedom of the city of London was given me, a beautiful head of Abraham Lincoln given me by the French authorities after my speech at the Sorbonne, and many other things from sources as diverse as the Sultan of Turkey and the Dowager Empress of China. Then there are things from home friends, a polar bear skin from Perry, a Sioux buffalo robe with, on it, painted by some long-dead Sioux artist, the picture story of Custer's fight, a bronze portrait plaque of Joel Chandler Harris, the candlestick used in sealing the Treaty of Portsmouth, sent me by Captain Cameron Winslow, a shoe worn by Dan Patch when he paced a mile in 1 minute and 59 seconds, sent me by his owner. There is a picture of a bull moose by Carl Rungius, which seems to me as spirited an animal painting as I have ever seen. In the north room, with its tables and mantelpiece, and desks and chests made of woods sent from the Philippines by army friends, or by other friends for other reasons, with its bison and wapiti heads, there are 3 paintings by Marcus Simmons, Where Light and Shadow Meet, the Porcelain Towers, and the Seats of the Mighty. He is dead now, and he had scant recognition while he lived, yet surely he was a great imaginative artist, a wonderful colorist, and a man with a vision more wonderful still. There is one of Lundgren's pictures of the Western Plains, and a picture of the Grand Canyon, and one by a Scandinavian artist who could see the fierce picturesqueness of workaday Pittsburgh, and sketches of the White House by Sargent and by Hopkinson Smith. The books are everywhere. There are as many in the north room and in the parlor. Is drawing room a more appropriate name than parlor? As in the library. The gun room at the top of the house, which incidentally has the loveliest view of all, contains more books than any of the other rooms, and they are particularly delightful books to browse among, just because they have not much relevance to one another, this being one of the reasons why they are relegated to their present abode. But the books have overflowed into all the other rooms too. I could not name any principle upon which the books have been gathered. Books are almost as individual as friends. There is no earthly use in laying down general laws about them. Some meet the needs of one person, and some of another. and each person should beware of the book lover's besetting sin, of what Mr. Edgar Allan Poe calls the mad pride of intellectuality, taking the shape of arrogant pity for the man who does not like the same kind of books. Of course, there are books which a man or woman uses as instruments of a profession, law books, medical books, cookery books, and the like. I am not speaking of these, for they are not properly books at all. They come in the category of timetables, telephone directories, and other useful agencies of civilized life. I am speaking of books that are meant to be read. Personally, granted that these books are decent and healthy, the one test to which I demand that they all submit is that of being interesting. If the book is not interesting to the reader, then in all but an infinitesimal number of cases it gives scant benefit to the reader. Of course, any reader ought to cultivate his or her taste so that good books will appeal to it, and that trash won't. But after this point has once been reached, the needs of each reader must be met in a fashion that will appeal to those needs. Personally, the books by which I have profited infinitely more than by any others have been those in which profit was a by-product of the pleasure. That is, I read them because I enjoyed them, because I liked reading them, and the profit came in as part of the enjoyment. Of course, each individual is apt to have some special tastes in which he cannot expect that any but a few friends will share. Now, I am very proud of my big game library. I suppose there must be many big game libraries in continental Europe, and possibly in England, more extensive than mine, but I have not happened to come across any such library in this country. Some of the originals go back to the 16th century, and there are copies or reproductions of the 2 or 3 most famous hunting books of the Middle Ages, such as the Duke of York's translation of Gaston Phoebus, and the queer book of the Emperor Maximilian. It is only very occasionally that I meet anyone who cares for any of these books. On the other hand, I expect to find many friends who will turn naturally to some of the old or the new books of poetry or romance or history to which we of the household habitually turn. Let me add that ours is in no sense a collector's library. Each book was procured because some one of the family wished to read it. We can never afford to take overmuch thought for the outsides of books. We were too much interested in their insides. Now and then I am asked as to what books a statesman should read, and my answer is poetry and novels, including short stories under the head of novels. I don't mean that he should read only novels and modern poetry. If he cannot also enjoy the Hebrew prophets and the Greek dramatists, he should be sorry. He ought to read interesting books on history and government, and books of science and philosophy. And really good books on these subjects are as enthralling as any fiction ever written in prose or verse. Gibbon and Macaulay, Herodotus, Thucydides and Tacitus, the Heimskringla, Froissart, Joinville and Villardouin, Parkman and Mahan, Mommsen and Ronca. Why, there are scores and scores of solid histories, the best in the world, which are as absorbing as the best of all the novels, and of as permanent value. The same thing is true of Darwin and Huxley and Carlyle and Emerson and parts of Kant, and of volumes like Sutherland's Growth of the Moral Instinct, or Acton's Essays and Lounsbury's Studies. Here again, I am not trying to class books together, or measure one by another, or enumerate 1 in 1,000 of those worth reading, but just to indicate that any man or woman of some intelligence and some cultivation can in some line or other of serious thought, scientific or historical, or philosophical or economic or governmental, find any number of books which are charming to read, and which in addition give that for which his or her soul hungers. I do not for a minute mean that the statesman ought not to read a great many different books of this character, just as everyone else should read them, but in the final event, the statesman and the publicist and the reformer, and the agitator for new things, and the upholder of what is good in old things, all need more than anything else to know human nature, to know the needs of the human soul, and they will find this nature and these needs set forth as nowhere else by the great imaginative writers, whether of prose or of poetry. The room for choice is so limitless that to my mind it seems absurd to try to make catalogues which shall be supposed to appeal to all the best thinkers. This is why I have no sympathy whatever with writing lists of the 100 best books or the 5-foot library. It is all right for a man to amuse himself by composing a list of 100 very good books, and if he is to go off for a year or so where he cannot get many books, it is an excellent thing to choose a 5-foot library of particular books which in that particular year and on that particular trip he would like to read. But there is no such thing as 100 books that are best for all men, or for the majority of men, or for one man at all times. And there is no such thing as a 5-foot library which will satisfy the needs of even one particular man on different occasions extending over a number of years. Milton is best for one mood and Pope for another. Because a man likes Whitman or Browning or Lowell, he should not feel himself debarred from Tennyson or Kipling or Corner or Heine or the Bard of Dąbrowica. Tolstoy's novels are good at one time, and those of Sienkiewicz at another, and he is fortunate who can relish Salammbô and Tom Brown and the Two Admirals and Quentin Durward and Artemus Ward and the Inglesby Legends and Pickwick and Vanity Fair. Why, there are hundreds of books like these, each one of which, if really read, really assimilated by the person to whom it happens to appeal, will enable that person quite unconsciously to furnish himself with much ammunition which he will find of use in the battle of life. A book must be interesting to the particular reader at that particular time. But there are tens of thousands of interesting books, and some of them are sealed to some men, and some are sealed to others, and some stir the soul at some given point of a man's life, and yet convey no message at other times. The reader, the book-lover, must meet his own needs without paying too much attention to what his neighbors say those needs should be. He must not hypocritically pretend to like what he does not like. Yet at the same time he must avoid the most unpleasant of all the indications of puffed-up vanity which consists in treating mere individual, and perhaps unfortunate, idiosyncrasy as a matter of pride. I happen to be devoted to Macbeth, whereas I very seldom read Hamlet, though I like parts of it. Now I am humbly and sincerely conscious that this is a demerit in me and not in Hamlet, and yet it would not do me any good to pretend that I like Hamlet as much as Macbeth, when as a matter of fact I don't. I am very fond of simple epics and of ballad poetry, from the Nibelungenlied and the Roland Song through Chevy Chase and Patrick Spens and Twa Corbies to Scott's poems and Longfellow's Saga of King Olaf and O There. On the other hand, I don't care to read dramas as a rule. I cannot read them with enjoyment unless they appeal to me very strongly. They must almost be Aeschylus or Euripides, Goethe or Molière, in order that I may not feel after finishing them a sense of virtuous pride in having achieved a task. Now I would be the first to deny that even the most delightful old English ballad should be put on a par with any one of scores of dramatic works by authors whom I have not mentioned. I know that each of these dramatists has written what is of more worth than the ballad. Only I enjoy the ballad, and I don't enjoy the drama. And therefore the ballad is better for me, and this fact is not altered by the other fact that my own shortcomings are to blame in the matter. I still read a number of Scott's novels over and over again, whereas if I finish anything by Miss Austen, I have a feeling that duty performed is a rainbow to the soul. But other book-lovers who are very close kin to me, and whose taste I know to be better than mine, read Miss Austen all the time. And moreover, they are very kind, and never pity me in too offensive a manner for not reading her myself. Aside from the masters of literature, there are all kinds of books which one person will find delightful, and which he certainly ought not to surrender just because nobody else is able to find as much in the beloved volume. There is on our bookshelves a little pre-Victorian novel or tale called The Semi-Attached Couple. It is told with much humor. It is a story of gentlefolk who are really gentlefolk, and to me it is altogether delightful. But outside the members of my own family, I have never met a human being who had even heard of it, and I don't suppose I ever shall meet one. I often enjoy a story by some living author so much that I write to tell him so, or to tell her so, and at least half the time I regret my action because it encourages the writer to believe that the public shares my views, and he then finds that the public doesn't. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Recording by Jennifer Nelson, Hemet, California. This is Chapter 9, Part 3 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Nelson. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 9. Outdoors and Indoors, Part 3. Books are all very well in their way, and we love them at Sagamore Hill. But children are better than books. Sagamore Hill is one of 3 neighboring houses in which small cousins spent very happy years of childhood. In the 3 houses there were at one time 16 of these small cousins, all told, and once we ranged them in order of size and took their photograph. There are many kinds of success in life worth having. It is exceedingly interesting and attractive to be a successful businessman, or railroad man, or farmer, or a successful lawyer or doctor, or a writer, or a president, or a ranchman, or the colonel of a fighting regiment, or to kill grizzly bears and lions. But for unflagging interest and enjoyment, a household of children, if things go reasonably well, certainly makes all other forms of success and achievement lose their importance by comparison. It may be true that he travels farthest who travels alone, but the goal thus reached is not worth reaching. And as for a life deliberately devoted to pleasure as an end, why, the greatest happiness is the happiness that comes as a by-product of striving to do what must be done, even though sorrow is met in the doing. There is a bit of homely philosophy quoted by Squire Bill Widener of Widener's Valley, Virginia, which sums up one's duty in life. Do what you can with what you've got, where you are. The country is the place for children, and if not the country, a city small enough so that one can get out into the country. When our own children were little, we were for several winters in Washington, and each Sunday afternoon the whole family spent in Rock Creek Park, which was then very real country indeed. I would drag one of the children's wagons, and when the very smallest pairs of feet grew tired of trudging bravely after us, or of racing on rapturous side trips after flowers and other treasures, the owners would clamber into the wagon. One of these wagons, by the way, a gorgeous red one, had "Express" painted on it in gilt letters, and was known to the younger children as the "'Spress" wagon. They evidently associated the color with the term. Once, while we were at Sagamore, something happened to the cherished "Spress" wagon to the distress of the children, and especially of the child who owned it. Their mother and I were just starting for a drive in the buggy, and we promised the bereaved owner that we would visit a store we knew in East Norwich, a village a few miles away, and bring back another "Spress" wagon. When we reached the store, we found to our dismay that the wagon which we had seen had been sold. We could not bear to return without the promised gift, for we knew that the brains of small persons are much puzzled when their elders seem to break promises. Fortunately, we saw in the store a delightful little bright red chair and bright red table, and these we brought home and handed solemnly over to the expectant recipient, explaining that as there unfortunately was not a "Spress" wagon, we had brought him back a "Spress" chair and a "Spress" table. It worked beautifully. The "Spress" chair and table were received with such rapture that we had to get duplicates for the other small member of the family who was the particular crony of the proprietor of the new treasures. When their mother and I returned from a row, we would often see the children waiting for us, running like sand spiders along the beach. They always liked to swim in company with a grown-up of buoyant temperament and inventive mind, and the float offered limitless opportunities for enjoyment while bathing. All dutiful parents know the game of stagecoach. Each child is given a name, such as the whip, the nigh leader, the off-wheeler, the old lady passenger, and under penalty of paying a forfeit, must get up and turn round when the grown-up, who is improvising a thrilling story, mentions that particular object, and when the word stagecoach is mentioned, everybody has to get up and turn round. Well, we used to play stagecoach on the float while in swimming, and instead of tamely getting up and turning round, the child whose turn it was had to plunge overboard. When I mentioned stagecoach, the water fairly foamed with vigorously kicking little legs, and then there was always a moment of interest while I counted, so as to be sure that the number of heads that came up corresponded with the number of children who had gone down. No man or woman will ever forget the time when some child lies sick of a disease that threatens its life. Moreover, much less serious sickness is unpleasant enough at the time. Looking back, however, there are elements of comedy in certain of the less serious cases. I well remember one such instance which occurred when we were living in Washington, in a small house, with barely enough room for everybody when all the chinks were filled. Measles descended on the household. In the effort to keep the children that were well and those that were sick apart, their mother and I had to camp out in improvised fashion. When the eldest small boy was getting well, and had recovered his spirits, I slept on a sofa beside his bed, the sofa being so short that my feet projected over anyhow. One afternoon the small boy was given a toy organ by a sympathetic friend. Next morning early I was waked to find the small boy very vivacious and requesting a story. Having drowsily told the story, I said, "Now father's told you a story, so you amuse yourself and let your father go to sleep." To which the small boy responded most virtuously, "Yes, father will go to sleep, and I'll play the organ," which he did, at a distance of 2 feet from my head. Later his sister, who had just come down with the measles, was put into the same room. The small boy was convalescing, and was engaged in playing on the floor with some tin ships, together with 2 or 3 pasteboard monitors and rams of my own manufacture. He was giving a vivid rendering of Farragut at Nobel Bay, from memories of how I had told the story. My pasteboard rams and monitors were fascinating, if a naval architect may be allowed to praise his own work, and as property they were equally divided between the little girl and the small boy. The little girl looked on with alert suspicion from the bed, for she was not yet convalescent enough to be allowed down on the floor. The small boy was busily reciting the phases of the fight, which now approached its climax, and the little girl evidently suspected that her monitor was destined to play the part of victim. Little boy: "And then they steamed bang into the monitor." Little girl: "Brother, don't you sink my monitor." Little boy, without heeding and hurrying toward the climax: "And the torpedo went at the monitor." Little girl: "My monitor is not to sink." Little boy dramatically: "And bang, the monitor sank." Little girl: "It didn't do any such thing. My monitor always goes to bed at 7, and it's now 1/4 past. My monitor was in bed and couldn't sink." When I was Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Leonard Wood and I used often to combine forces and take both families of children out to walk, and occasionally some of their playmates. Leonard Wood's son, I found, attributed the paternity of all of those not of his own family to me. Once we were taking the children across Rock Creek on a fallen tree. I was standing on the middle of the log, trying to prevent any of the children from falling off, and while making a clutch at one peculiarly active and heedless child, I fell off myself. As I emerged from the water, I heard the little wood boy calling frantically to the general, "Oh, oh! The father of all the children fell into the creek," which made me feel like an uncommonly moist patriarch. Of course, the children took much interest in the trophies I occasionally brought back from my hunts. When I started from my regiment in '98, the stress of leaving home, which was naturally not pleasant, was somewhat lightened by the next to the youngest boy, whose ideas of what was about to happen were hazy, clasping me round the legs with a beaming smile and saying, "And is my father going to the war? And will he bring me back a bear?" When some 5 months later I returned, of course in my uniform, this little boy was much puzzled as to my identity, although he greeted me affably with, "Good afternoon, Colonel." Half an hour later somebody asked him, "Where's father?" To which he responded, "I don't know, but the Colonel is taking a bath." Of course the children anthropomorphized, if that is the proper term, their friends of the animal world. Among these friends at one period was the baker's horse, and on a very rainy day I heard the little girl, who was looking out of the window, say, with a melancholy shake of her head, "Oh, there's poor Kraft's horse, all sopping wet." While I was in the White House, the youngest boy became an habitue of a small and rather noisome animal shop, and the good-natured owner would occasionally let him take pets home to play with. On one occasion I was holding a conversation with one of the leaders in Congress, Uncle Pete Hepburn, about the railroad rate bill. The children were strictly trained not to interrupt business, but on this particular occasion the little boy's feelings overcame him. He had been loaned a king snake, which, as all nature lovers know, is not only a useful but a beautiful snake, very friendly to human beings, and he came rushing home to show the treasure. He was holding it inside his coat, and it contrived to wiggle partly down the sleeve. Uncle Pete Hepburn naturally did not understand the full import of what the little boy was saying to me as he endeavored to wriggle out of his jacket, and kindly started to help him, and then jumped back with alacrity as the small boy and the snake both popped out of the jacket. There could be no healthier and pleasanter place in which to bring up children than in that nook of old-time America around Sagamore Hill. Certainly I never knew small people to have a better time or a better training for their work in after life than the 3 families of cousins at Sagamore Hill. It was real country, and, speaking from the somewhat detached point of view of the masculine parent, I should say there was just the proper mixture of freedom and control in the management of the children. They were never allowed to be disobedient or to shirk lessons or work, and they were encouraged to have all the fun possible. They often went barefoot, especially during the many hours passed in various enthralling pursuits along and in the waters of the bay. They swam, they tramped, they boated, they coasted and skated in winter. They were intimate friends with the cows, chickens, pigs, and other livestock. They had in succession 2 ponies, General Grant, and when the General's legs became such that he lay down too often and too unexpectedly in the road, a calico pony named Algonquin, who is still living a life of honorable leisure in the stable and in the pasture, where he has to be picketed because otherwise he chases the cows. Sedate Pony Grant used to draw the cart in which the children went driving when they were very small, the driver being their old nurse Mamie, who had held their mother in her arms when she was born, and who was knit to them by a tie as close as any tie of blood. I doubt whether I ever saw Mamie really offended with them except once, when out of pure but misunderstood affection they named a pig after her. They loved Pony Grant. Once I saw the thin little boy of 3 hugging Pony Grant's forelegs. As he leaned over, his broad straw hat tilted on end, and Pony Grant meditatively munched the brim, whereupon the small boy looked up with a wail of anguish, evidently thinking the pony had decided to treat him like a radish. The children had pets of their own, too, of course. Among them guinea pigs were the standbys. Their highly unemotional nature fits them for companionship with adoring but over-enthusiastic young masters and mistresses. Then there were flying squirrels and kangaroo rats, gentle and trustful, and a badger whose temper was short but whose nature was fundamentally friendly. The badger's name was Josiah. The particular little boy whose property he was used to carry him about, clasped firmly around what would have been his waist if he had had any, inasmuch as when on the ground the badger would play energetic games of tag with the little boy and nip his bare legs. I suggested that it would be uncommonly disagreeable if he took advantage of being held in the little boy's arms to bite his face, but this suggestion was repelled with scorn as an unworthy assault on the character of Josiah. "He bites legs sometimes, but he never bites faces," said the little boy. We also had a young black bear whom the children christened Jonathan Edwards, partly out of compliment to their mother, who was descended from the great Puritan divine, and partly because the bear possessed a temper in which gloom and strength were combined in what the children regarded as Calvinistic proportions. As for the dogs, of course, there were many, and during their lives they were intimate and valued family friends, and their deaths were household tragedies. One of them, a large yellow animal of several good breeds, and valuable rather because of psychical than physical traits, was named Susan by his small owners, in commemoration of another retainer, a white cow, the fact that the cow and the dog were not of the same sex being treated with indifference. Much the most individual of the dogs, and the one with the strongest character, was Sailor Boy, a Chesapeake Bay dog. He had a masterful temper and a strong sense of both dignity and duty. He would never let the other dogs fight, and he himself never fought unless circumstances imperatively demanded it. But he was a murderous animal when he did fight. He was not only exceedingly fond of the water, as was to be expected, but passionately devoted to gunpowder in every form, for he loved firearms, and fairly revelled in the 4th of July celebrations, the latter being rather hazardous occasions, as the children strongly objected to any safe and sane element being injected into them, and had the normal number of close shaves with rockets, Roman candles, and firecrackers. One of the standbys for enjoyment, especially in rainy weather, was the old barn. This had been built nearly a century previously, and was as delightful as only the pleasantest kind of old barn can be. It stood at the meeting spot of 3 fences. A favorite amusement used to be an obstacle race when the barn was full of hay. The contestants were timed and were started successively from outside the door. They rushed inside, clambered over or burrowed through the hay, as suited them best, dropped out of a place where a loose board had come off, got over, through, or under the 3 fences, and raced back to the starting point. When they were little, their respective fathers were expected also to take part in the obstacle race, and when with the advance of years the fathers finally refused to be contestants, there was a general feeling of pained regret among the children at such a decline in the sporting spirit. Another famous place for handicap races was Cooper's Bluff, a gigantic sandbank rising from the edge of the bay, a mile from the house. If the tide was high, there was an added thrill, for some of the contestants were sure to run into the water. As soon as the little boys learned to swim, they were allowed to go off by themselves in rowboats and camp out for the night along the Sound. Sometimes I would go along so as to take the smaller children. Once a schooner was wrecked on a point 6 miles away. She held together well for a season or 2 after having been cleared of everything down to the timbers, and this gave us the chance to make camping-out trips in which the girls could also be included, for we put them to sleep in the wreck, while the boys slept on the shore. Squaw picnics, the children called them. My children, when young, went to the public school near us, the Little Cove School, as it is called. For nearly 30 years we have given the Christmas tree to the school. Before the gifts are distributed, I am expected to make an address, which is always mercifully short, my own children having impressed upon me with frank sincerity the attitude of other children to addresses of this kind on such occasions. There are, of course, performances by the children themselves, while all of us parents look admiringly on, each sympathizing with his or her particular offspring in the somewhat wooden recital of Darius Green and his flying machine, or the mountain and the squirrel had a quarrel. But the tree and the gifts make up for all shortcomings. We had a sleigh for winter, but if when there was much snow the whole family desired to go somewhere, we would put the body of the farm wagon on runners and all bundle in together. We always liked snow at Christmas time, and the sleigh ride down to the church on Christmas Eve. One of the hymns always sung at this Christmas Eve festival begins, "It's Christmas Eve on the river, it's Christmas Eve on the bay." All good natives of the village firmly believe that this hymn was written here, and with direct reference to Oyster Bay. Although if such were the case, the word river would have to be taken in a hyperbolic sense, as the nearest approach to a river is the village pond. I used to share this belief myself until my faith was shaken by a Denver lady who wrote that she had sung that hymn when a child in Michigan, and that at the present time her little Denver babies also loved it, although in their case the river was not represented by even a village pond. When we were in Washington, the children usually went with their mother to the Episcopal Church, while I went to the Dutch Reformed. But if any child misbehaved itself, it was sometimes sent next Sunday to church with me, on the theory that my companionship would have a sedative effect, which it did, as I and the child walked along with rather constrained politeness, each eyeing the other with watchful readiness for the unexpected. On one occasion, when the child's conduct fell just short of warranting such extreme measures, his mother, as they were on the point of entering church, concluded a homily by a quotation which showed a certain haziness of memory concerning the marriage and baptismal services. "No, little boy, if this conduct continues, I shall think that you neither love, honor, nor obey me." However, the culprit was much impressed with a sense of shortcoming as to the obligations he had undertaken, so the result was as satisfactory as if the quotation had been from the right service. As for the education of the children, there was of course much of it that represented downright hard work and drudgery. There was also much training that came as a by-product and was perhaps almost as valuable, not as a substitute but as an addition. After their supper, the children, when little, would come trotting up to their mother's room to be read to, and it was always a surprise to me to notice the extremely varied reading which interested them, from Howard Pyle's Robin Hood, Mary Alicia Owen's Voodoo Tales, and Joel Chandler Harris's Aaron in the Wild Woods, to Lycidas and King John. If their mother was absent, I would try to act as vice-mother, a poor substitute, I fear, superintending the supper and reading aloud afterwards. The children did not wish me to read the books they desired their mother to read, and I usually took some such book as Hereward the Wake, or Guy Mannering, or The Last of the Mohicans, or else some story about a man-eating tiger or a man-eating lion from one of the hunting books in my library. These latter stories were always favorites, and as the authors told them in the first person, my interested auditors grew to know them by the name of the I stories, and regarded them as adventures, all of which happened to the same individual. When Selous, the African hunter, visited us, I had to get him to tell the younger children 2 or 3 of the stories with which they were already familiar from my reading, and as Selous is a most graphic narrator, and always enters thoroughly into the feeling not only of himself, but of the opposing lion or buffalo, my own rendering of the incidents was cast entirely into the shade. Besides profiting by the more canonical books on education, we profited by certain essays and articles of a less orthodox type. I wish to express my warmest gratitude for such books, not of avowedly didactic purpose, as Laura Richards' books, Josephine Dodge Daskam's Madness of Philip, Palmer Cox's Queer People, The Melodies of Father Goose and Mother Wild Goose, Flandrau's Mrs. White's, Myra Kelly's stories of her little East Side pupils, and Mickelson's Madigans. It is well to take duties and life generally seriously. It is also well to remember that a sense of humor is a healthy anti-scorbutic to that portentous seriousness which defeats its own purpose. Occasionally, bits of self-education proved of unexpected help to the children in later years. Like other children, they were apt to take to bed with them treasures which they particularly esteemed. One of the boys, just before his 16th birthday, went moose hunting with the family doctor and close personal friend of the entire family, Alexander Lambert. Once night overtook them before they camped, and they had to lie down just where they were. Next morning Dr. Lambert rather enviously congratulated the boy on the fact that stones and roots evidently did not interfere with the soundness of his sleep, to which the boy responded, "Well, doctor, you see it isn't very long since I used to take 14 china animals to bed with me every night." As the children grew up, Sagamore Hill remained delightful for them. There were picnics and riding parties. There were dances in the north room, sometimes fancy dress dances, and open-air plays on the green tennis court of one of the cousins' houses. The children are no longer children now. Most of them are men and women, working out their own fates in the big world, some in our own land, others across the great oceans or where their Southern Cross blazes in the tropic nights. Some of them have children of their own. Some are working at one thing, some at another. In cable ships, in business offices, in factories, in newspaper offices, building steel bridges, bossing gravel trains and steam shovels, or laying tracks and superintending freight traffic. They have had their share of accidents and escapes. As I write, word comes from a far-off land that one of them, whom Seth Bullock used to call Kim because he was the friend of all mankind, while bossing a dangerous but necessary steel structural job, has had 2 ribs and 2 back teeth broken and is back at work. They have known and they will know joy and sorrow, triumph and temporary defeat. But I believe they are all the better off because of their happy and healthy childhood. It is impossible to win the great prizes of life without running risks, and the greatest of all prizes are those connected with the home. No father and mother can hope to escape sorrow and anxiety, and there are dreadful moments when death comes very near those we love, even if for the time being it passes by. But life is a great adventure, and the worst of all fears is the fear of living. There are many forms of success, many forms of triumph, but there is no other success that in any shape or way approaches that which is open to most of the many, many men and women who have the right ideals. These are the men and women who see that it is the intimate and homely things that count most. They are the men and women who have the courage to strive for the happiness which comes only with labor and effort and self-sacrifice, and only to those whose joy in life springs in part from power of work and sense of duty. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Jennifer Nelson, Hemet, California.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 10, The Presidency, Making an Old Party Progressive, Part 1. On September 6, 1901, President McKinley was shot by an anarchist in the city of Buffalo. I went to Buffalo at once. The President's condition seemed to be improving, and after a day or two we were told that he was practically out of danger. I then joined my family, who were in the Adirondacks, near the foot of Mount Tahawas. A day or two afterwards we took a long tramp through the forest, and in the afternoon I climbed Mount Tahawas. After reaching the top, I had descended a few hundred feet to a shelf of land where there was a little lake, when I saw a guide coming out of the woods on our trail from below. I felt at once that he had bad news, and sure enough he handed me a telegram saying that the President's condition was much worse, and that I must come to Buffalo immediately. It was late in the afternoon, and darkness had fallen by the time I reached the clubhouse where we were staying. It was some time afterwards before I could get a wagon to drive me to the nearest railway station, North Creek, some 40 or 50 miles distant. The roads were the ordinary wilderness roads, and the night was dark. But we changed horses 2 or 3 times. When I say we, I mean the driver and I, as there was no one else with us, and reached the station just at dawn, to learn from Mr. Loeb, who had a special train waiting, that the President was dead. That evening I took the oath of office, in the house of Ansley Wilcox at Buffalo. On 3 previous occasions the Vice President had succeeded to the Presidency on the death of the President. In each case there had been a reversal of party policy, and a nearly immediate and nearly complete change in the personnel of the higher offices, especially the Cabinet. I had never felt that this was wise from any standpoint. If a man is fit to be President, he will speedily so impress himself in the office that the policies pursued will be his anyhow, and he will not have to bother as to whether he is changing them or not, while as regards the offices under him, the important thing for him is that his subordinates shall make a success in handling their several departments. The subordinate is sure to desire to make a success of his department for his own sake, and if he is a fit man, whose views on public policy are sound, and whose abilities entitle him to his position, he will do excellently under almost any chief with the same purposes. I at once announced that I would continue unchanged McKinley's policies for the honor and prosperity of the country, and I asked all the members of the Cabinet to stay. There were no changes made among them save as changes were made among their successors whom I myself appointed. I continued Mr. McKinley's policies, changing and developing them and adding new policies only as the questions before the public changed, and as the needs of the public developed. Some of my friends shook their heads over this, telling me that the men I retained would not be loyal to me, and that I would seem as if I were a pale copy of McKinley. I told them that I was not nervous on this score, and that if the men I retained were loyal to their work, they would not be giving me the loyalty for which I most cared, and that if the men I retained were loyal to their work, they would be giving me the loyalty for which I most cared, and that if they were not, I would change them anyhow, and that as for being a pale copy of McKinley, I was not primarily concerned with either following or not following in his footsteps, but in facing the new problems that arose, and that if I were competent I would find ample opportunity to show my competence by my deeds, without worrying myself as to how to convince people of the fact. For the reasons I have already given in my chapter on the governorship of New York, the Republican party, which in the days of Abraham Lincoln was founded as the radical progressive party of the nation, had been obliged during the last decade of the 19th century to uphold the interests of popular government against a foolish and ill-judged mock radicalism. It remained the nationalist as against the particularist or states' rights party, and in so far it remained absolutely sound, for little permanent good can be done by any party which worships the states' rights fetish or which fails to regard the state, like the county or the municipality, as merely a convenient unit for local self-government, while in all national matters, of importance to the whole people, the nation is to be supreme over state, county, and town alike. But the states' rights fetish, although still effectively used at certain times by both courts and Congress to block needed national legislation, directed against the huge corporations or in the interest of working men, was not a prime issue at the time of which I speak. In 1896, 1898, and 1900 the campaigns were waged on two great moral issues: 1. The imperative need of a sound and honest currency. 2. The need, after 1898, of meeting in manful and straightforward fashion the extraterritorial problems arising from the Spanish War. On these great moral issues the Republican party was right, and the men who were opposed to it, and who claimed to be the radicals, and their allies among the sentimentalists, were utterly and hopelessly wrong. This had, regrettably but perhaps inevitably, tended to throw the party into the hands not merely of the conservatives, but of the reactionaries, of men who, sometimes for personal and improper reasons, but more often with entire sincerity and uprightness of purpose, distrusted anything that was progressive and dreaded radicalism. These men, still from force of habit, applauded what Lincoln had done in the way of radical dealing with the abuses of his day, but they did not apply the spirit in which Lincoln worked to the abuses of their own day. Both houses of Congress were controlled by these men. Their leaders in the Senate were Messrs. Aldrich and Hale. The Speaker of the House when I became President was Mr. Henderson, but in a little over a year he was succeeded by Mr. Cannon, who, although widely differing from Senator Aldrich in matters of detail, represented the same type of public sentiment. There were many points on which I agreed with Mr. Cannon and Mr. Aldrich, and some points on which I agreed with Mr. Hale. I made a resolute effort to get on with all three, and with their followers, and I have no question that they made an equally resolute effort to get on with me. We succeeded in working together, although with increasing friction, for some years, I pushing forward and they hanging back. Gradually, however, I was forced to abandon the effort to persuade them to come my way, and then I achieved results only by appealing over the heads of the Senate and House leaders to the people, who were the masters of both of us. I continued in this way to get results until almost the close of my term, and the Republican party became once more the progressive and, indeed, the fairly radical progressive party of the nation. When my successor was chosen, however, the leaders of the House and Senate, or most of them, felt that it was safe to come to a break with me, and the last or short session of Congress, held between the election of my successor and his inauguration 4 months later, saw a series of contests between the majorities in the two houses of Congress and the President, myself, quite as bitter as if they and I had belonged to opposite political parties. However, I held my own. I was not able to push through the legislation I desired during these 4 months, but I was able to prevent them doing anything I did not desire, or undoing anything I had already succeeded in getting done. There were, of course, many senators and members of the lower house with whom up to the very last I continued to work in hearty accord, and with a growing understanding. I have not the space to enumerate, as I would like to, these men. For many years Senator Lodge had been my close personal and political friend, with whom I discussed all public questions that arose, usually with agreement, and our intimately close relations were of course unchanged by my entry into the White House. He was, of all our public men, the man who had made the closest and wisest study of our foreign relations, and more clearly than almost any other man, he understood the vital fact that the efficiency of our Navy conditioned our national efficiency in foreign affairs. Anything relating to our international relations, from Panama and the Navy to the Alaskan boundary question, the Algeciras negotiations or the Peace of Portsmouth, I was certain to discuss with Senator Lodge and also with certain other members of Congress, such as Senator Turner of Washington and Representative Hitt of Illinois. Anything relating to labor legislation and to measures for controlling big business or efficiently regulating the giant railway systems, I was certain to discuss with Senator Dolliver or Congressman Hepburn or Congressman Cooper. With men like Senator Beveridge, Congressman, afterwards Senator Dixon, and Congressman Murdoch, I was apt to discuss pretty nearly everything relating to either our internal or our external affairs. There were many, many others. The present President of the Senate, Senator Clark of Arkansas, was as fearless and high-minded a representative of the people of the United States as I ever dealt with. He was one of the men who combined loyalty to his own state with an equally keen loyalty to the people of the United States. He was politically opposed to me, but when the interests of the country were at stake, he was incapable of considering party differences, and this was especially his attitude in international matters, including certain treaties which most of his party colleagues, with narrow lack of patriotism and complete subordination of national to factional interest, opposed. I have never anywhere met finer, more faithful, more disinterested, and more loyal public servants than Senator O. H. Platt, a Republican from Connecticut, and Senator Cockrell, a Democrat from Missouri. They were already old men when I came to the presidency, and doubtless there were points on which I seemed to them to be extreme and radical, but eventually they found that our motives and beliefs were the same, and they did all in their power to help any movement that was for the interest of our people as a whole. I had met them when I was Civil Service Commissioner and Assistant Secretary of the Navy. All I had ever to do with either was to convince them that a given measure I championed was right, and he then at once did all that he could to have it put into effect. If I could not convince them, why, that was my fault, or my misfortune, but if I could convince them, I never had to think again as to whether they would or would not support me. There were many other men of mark in both houses with whom I could work on some points, whereas on others we had to differ. There was one powerful leader, a burly, forceful man of admirable traits, who had, however, been trained in the post-bellum school of business and politics, so that his attitude towards life, quite unconsciously, reminded me a little of Artemus Ward's view of the Tower of London: if I like it, I'll buy it. There was a big governmental job in which this leader was much interested, and in reference to which he always wished me to consult a man whom he trusted, whom I will call Pitt Rodney. One day I answered him, "The trouble with Rodney is that he misestimates his relations to Cosmos," to which he responded, "Cosmos? Cosmos? Never heard of him. You stick to Rodney, he's your man." Outside of the public servants there were multitudes of men, in newspaper offices, in magazine offices, in business or the professions, or on farms or in shops, who actively supported the policies for which I stood, and did work of genuine leadership, which was quite as effective as any work done by men in public office. Without the active support of these men, I would have been powerless. In particular, the leading newspaper correspondents at Washington were as a whole a singularly able, trustworthy, and public-spirited body of men, and the most useful of all agents in the fight for efficient and decent government. As for the men under me in executive office, I could not overstate the debt of gratitude I owe them. From the heads of the departments, the cabinet officers down, the most striking feature of the administration was the devoted, zealous, and efficient work that was done as soon as it became understood that the one bond of interest among all of us was the desire to make the government the most effective instrument in advancing the interests of the people as a whole, the interests of the average men and women of the United States and of their children. I do not think I overstate the case when I say that most of the men who did the best work under me felt that ours was a partnership, and that we all stood on the same level of purpose and service, and that it mattered not what position any one of us held, so long as in that position he gave the very best that was in him. We worked very hard, but I made a point of getting a couple of hours off each day for equally vigorous play. The men with whom I then played, whom we laughingly grew to call the tennis cabinet, have been mentioned in a previous chapter of this book, in connection with the gift they gave me at the last breakfast which they took at the White House. There were many others in the public service under me, with whom I happened not to play, but who did their share of our common work just as effectively as it was done by us who did play. Of course, nothing could have been done in my administration if it had not been for the zeal, intelligence, masterful ability, and downright hard labor of these men in countless positions under me. I was helpless to do anything except as my thoughts and orders were translated into action by them, and, moreover, each of them, as he grew specially fit for his job, used to suggest to me the right thought to have, and the right order to give, concerning that job. It is of course hard for me to speak with cold and dispassionate partiality of these men, who were as close to me as were the men of my regiment. But the outside observers best fitted to pass judgment about them felt as I did. At the end of my administration, Mr. Bryce, the British ambassador, told me that in a long life, during which he had studied intimately the government of many different countries, he had never in any country seen a more eager, high-minded, and efficient set of public servants, men more useful and more creditable to their country, than the men then doing the work of the American government in Washington and in the field. I repeat this statement with the permission of Mr. Bryce. At about the same time, or a little before, in the spring of 1908, there appeared in the English Fortnightly Review an article, evidently by a competent eye-witness, setting forth more in detail the same views to which the British ambassador thus privately gave expression. It was in part as follows: Mr. Roosevelt has gathered around him a body of public servants who are nowhere surpassed, I question whether they are anywhere equalled, for efficiency, self-sacrifice, and an absolute devotion to their country's interests. Many of them are poor men, without private means, who have voluntarily abandoned high professional ambitions, and turned their backs on the rewards of business, to serve their country on salaries that are not merely inadequate, but indecently so. There is not one of them who is not constantly assailed by offers of positions in the world of commerce, finance, and the law, that would satisfy every material ambition with which he began life. There is not one of them who could not, if he chose, earn outside Washington from 10 to 20 times the income on which he economizes as a state official. But these men are as indifferent to money and to the power that money brings as to the allurements of Newport and New York, or to merely personal distinctions, or to the commercialized ideals which the great bulk of their fellow countrymen accept without question. They are content, and more than content, to sink themselves in the national service without a thought of private advancement, and often at a heavy sacrifice of worldly honours, and to toil on, sustained by their own native impulse, to make of patriotism an efficient instrument of public betterment. The American public rarely appreciate the high quality of the work done by some of our diplomats, work usually unnoticed and unrewarded, which redounds to the interest and the honour of all of us. The most useful man in the entire diplomatic service, during my presidency and for many years before, was Henry White, and I say this having in mind the high quality of work done by such admirable ambassadors and ministers as Bacon, Meyer, Strauss, O'Brien, Rockhill, and Egan, to name only a few among many. When I left the presidency, White was ambassador to France. Shortly afterwards he was removed by Mr. Taft, for reasons unconnected with the good of the service. The most important factor in getting the right spirit in my administration, next to the insistence upon courage, honesty, and a genuine democracy of desire to serve the plain people, was my insistence upon the theory that the executive power was limited only by specific restrictions and prohibitions appearing in the Constitution or imposed by the Congress under its constitutional powers. My view was that every executive officer, and above all every executive officer in high position, was a steward of the people bound actively and affirmatively to do all he could for the people, and not to content himself with the negative merit of keeping his talents undamaged in a napkin. I declined to adopt the view that what was imperatively necessary for the nation could not be done by the President, unless he could find some specific authorization to do it. My belief was that it was not only his right but his duty to do anything that the needs of the nation demanded, unless such action was forbidden by the Constitution or by the laws. Under this interpretation of executive power, I did, and caused to be done, many things not previously done by the President and the heads of the departments. I did not usurp power, but I did greatly broaden the use of executive power. In other words, I acted for the public welfare. I acted for the common well-being of all our people, whenever and in whatever manner was necessary, unless prevented by direct constitutional or legislative prohibition. I did not care a rap for the mere form and show of power. I cared immediately for the use that could be made of the substance. The Senate at one time objected to my communicating with them in printing, preferring the expensive, foolish, and laborious practice of writing out the messages by hand. It was not possible to return the outworn archaism of handwriting, but we endeavored to have printing made as pretty as possible. Whether I communicated with the Congress in writing or by word of mouth, and whether the writing was by a machine or a pen, were equally and absolutely unimportant matters. The importance lay in what I said, and in the heed paid to what I said. So as to my meeting and consulting senators, congressmen, politicians, financiers, and labor men, I consulted all who wished to see me, and if I wished to see anyone, I sent for him, and where the consultation took place was a matter of supreme unimportance. I consulted every man with the sincere hope that I could profit by and follow his advice. I consulted every member of Congress who wished to be consulted, hoping to be able to come to an agreement of action with him, and I always finally acted as my conscience and common sense bade me act. About appointments. I was obliged by the Constitution to consult the Senate, and the long-established custom of the Senate meant that in practice this consultation was with individual senators, and even with big politicians who stood behind the senators. I was only one-half the appointing power. I nominated, but the Senate confirmed. In practice, by what was called the courtesy of the Senate normally refused to confirm any appointment if the senator from the state objected to it. In exceptional cases, where I could arouse public attention, I could force through the appointment in spite of the opposition of the senators. In all ordinary cases this was impossible. On the other hand, the senator could, of course, do nothing for any man unless I chose to nominate him. In consequence, the Constitution itself forced the President and the senators from each state to come to a working agreement on the appointments in and from that state. My course was to insist on absolute fitness, including honesty, as a prerequisite to every appointment, and to remove only for good cause, and, where there was such cause, to refuse even to discuss with the senator in interest the unfit servant's retention. Subject to these considerations, I normally accepted each senator's recommendations for offices of a routine kind, such as most post offices and the like, but insisted on myself choosing the men for the more important positions. I was willing to take any good man for postmaster, but in the case of a judge or district attorney or canal commissioner or ambassador, I was apt to insist either on a given man or else on any man with a given class of qualifications. If the senator deceived me, I took care that he had no opportunity to repeat the deception. I can perhaps best illustrate my theory of action by two specific examples. In New York, Governor Odell and Senator Platt sometimes worked in agreement, and sometimes were at swords' points, and both wished to be consulted. To a friendly congressman, who was also their friend, I wrote as follows on July 22, 1903. I want to work with Platt. I want to work with Odell. I want to support both and take the advice of both. But of course ultimately I must be the judge as to acting on the advice given. When, as in the case of the judgeship, I am convinced that the advice of both is wrong, I shall act as I did when I appointed Holt. When I could find a friend of Odell's like Cooley, who is thoroughly fit for the position I desire to fill, it gives me the greatest pleasure to appoint him. When Platt proposes to me a man like Hamilton Fish, it is equally a pleasure to appoint him. This was written in connection with events which led up to my refusing to accept Senator Platt's or Governor Odell's suggestions as to a federal judgeship and a federal district attorneyship, and insisting on the appointment, first of Judge Howe and later of District Attorney Simpson, because in each case I felt that the work to be done was of so high an order that I could not take an ordinary man. End of Chapter 10, Part 1.
Chapter 10, Part 2 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Amanda Hindman. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 10, The Presidency, Making an Old Party Progressive, Part 2. The other case was that of Senator Fulton of Oregon. Through Francis Heney, I was prosecuting men who were implicated in a vast network of conspiracy against the law in connection with the theft of public land in Oregon. I had been acting on Senator Fulton's recommendations for office in the usual manner. Heney had been insisting that Fulton was in league with the men we were prosecuting, and that he had recommended unfit men. Fulton had been protesting against my following Heney's advice, particularly as regards appointing Judge Wolverton as United States Judge. Finally, Heney laid before me a report which convinced me of the truth of his statements. I then wrote to Fulton as follows on November 20th, 1905. My dear Senator Fulton, I enclose you herewith a copy of the report made to me by Mr. Heney. I have seen the originals of the letters from you and Senator Mitchell quoted therein. I do not at this time desire to discuss the report itself, which of course I must submit to the Attorney General. But I have been obliged to reach the painful conclusion that your own letters as therein quoted tend to show that you recommended for the position of District Attorney B, when you had good reason to believe that he had himself been guilty of fraudulent conduct; that you recommended C for the same position simply because it was for B's interest that he should be so recommended, and, as there is reason to believe, because he had agreed to divide the fees with B if he were appointed; and that you finally recommended the reappointment of H, with the knowledge that if H were appointed, he would abstain from prosecuting B for criminal misconduct, this being why B advocated H's claims for reappointment. If you care to make any statement in the matter, I shall of course be glad to hear it. As the District Judge of Oregon, I shall appoint Judge Wolferton. In the letter I of course gave in full the names indicated above by initials. Senator Fulton gave no explanation. I therefore ceased to consult him about appointments under the Department of Justice and the Interior, the two departments in which the crookedness had occurred. There was no question of crookedness in the other offices in the state, and they could be handled in the ordinary manner. Legal proceedings were undertaken against his colleague in the Senate and one of his colleagues in the lower house, and the former was convicted and sentenced to the penitentiary. In a number of instances, the legality of executive acts of my administration was brought before the courts. They were uniformly sustained. For example, prior to 1907, statutes relating to the disposition of coal lands had been construed as fixing the flat price at $10 to $20 per acre. The result was that valuable coal lands were sold for wholly inadequate prices, chiefly to big corporations. By executive order, the coal lands were withdrawn and not opened for entry until proper classification was placed thereon by government agents. There was a great clamor that I was usurping legislative power, but the acts were not assailed in court until we brought suits to set aside entries made by persons and associations to obtain larger areas than the statutes authorized. This position was opposed on the ground that the restrictions imposed were illegal, that the executive orders were illegal. The Supreme Court sustained the government. In the same way, our attitude in the water power question was sustained, the Supreme Court holding that the federal government had the rights we claimed over streams that are or may be declared navigable by Congress. Again, when Oklahoma became a state, we were obliged to use the executive power to protect Indian rights and property, for there had been an enormous amount of fraud in the obtaining of Indian lands by white men. Here we were denounced as usurping power over a state as well as usurping power that did not belong to the executive. The Supreme Court sustained our action. In connection with the Indians, by the way, it was again and again necessary to assert the position of the President as steward of the whole people. I had a capital Indian Commissioner, Francis E. Loop. I found that I could rely on his judgment not to get me into fights that were unnecessary, and therefore I always backed him to the limit when he told me that a fight was necessary. On one occasion, for example, Congress passed a bill to sell to settlers about 500,000 acres of Indian land in Oklahoma at $1.50 an acre. I refused to sign it and turned the matter over to Loop. The bill was accordingly withdrawn, amended so as to safeguard the welfare of the Indians, and the minimum price raised to $5 an acre. Then I signed the bill. We sold that land under sealed bids and realized for the Kiowa, Comanche, and Apache Indians more than $4 million, $3 million and a quarter more than they would have obtained if I had signed the bill in its original form. In another case, where there had been a division among the Sauk and Fox Indians, part of the tribe removing to Iowa, the Iowa delegation in Congress, backed by 2 Iowans who were members of my cabinet, passed a bill awarding a sum of nearly $500,000 to the Iowa seceders. They had not consulted the Indian Bureau. Luke protested against the bill, and I vetoed it. A subsequent bill was passed on the lines laid down by the Indian Bureau, referring the whole controversy to the courts, and the Supreme Court in the end justified our position by deciding against the Iowa seceders and awarding the money to the Oklahoma stay-at-homes. As to all action of this kind, there have long been 2 schools of political thought, upheld with equal sincerity. The division has not normally been along political, but temperamental lines. The course I followed, of regarding the executive as subject only to the people and under the Constitution bound to serve the people affirmatively in cases where the Constitution does not explicitly forbid him to render the service, was substantially the course followed by both Andrew Jackson and Abraham Lincoln. Other honorable and well-meaning presidents, such as James Buchanan, took the opposite and, as it seems to me, narrowly legalistic view that the President is the servant of Congress rather than of the people, and could do nothing, no matter how necessary it be to act, unless the Constitution explicitly commands the action. Most able lawyers who are past middle age take this view, and so do large numbers of well-meaning, respectable citizens. My successor in office took this, the Buchanan view, of the President's powers and duties. For example, under my administration we found that one of the favorite methods adopted by the men desirous of stealing the public domain was to carry the decision of the Secretary of the Interior into court. By vigorously opposing such action, and only by so doing, we were able to carry out the policy of properly protecting the public domain. My successor not only took the opposite view, but recommended to Congress the passage of a bill which would have given the courts direct appellate power over the Secretary of the Interior in these land matters. This bill was reported favorably by Mr. Mondale, chairman of the House Committee on Public Lands, a congressman who took the lead in every measure to prevent the conservation of our natural resources and the preservation of the national domain for the use of home seekers. Fortunately, Congress declined to pass the bill. Its passage would have been a veritable calamity. I acted on the theory that the President could at any time in his discretion withdraw from entry any of the public lands of the United States and reserve the same for forestry, for water power sites, for irrigation, and other public purposes. Without such action it would have been impossible to stop the activity of the land thieves. No one ventured to test its legality by lawsuit. My successor, however, himself questioned it and referred the matter to Congress. Again, Congress showed its wisdom by passing a law which gave the President the power which he had long exercised and of which my successor had shorn himself. Perhaps the sharp difference between what may be called the Lincoln-Jackson and the Buchanan-Taft schools in their views of the power and duties of the President may be best illustrated by comparing the attitude of my successor toward his Secretary of the Interior, Mr. Ballinger, when the latter was accused of gross misconduct in office, with my attitude towards my chiefs of department and other subordinate officers. More than once while I was President my officials were attacked by Congress, generally because these officials did their duty well and fearlessly. In every such case I stood by the official and refused to recognize the right of Congress to interfere with me, excepting by impeachment or in other constitutional manner. On the other hand, wherever I found the officer unfit for his position, I promptly removed him, even although the most influential men in Congress fought for his retention. The Jackson-Lincoln view is that a President who is fit to do good work should be able to form his own judgment as to his own subordinates, and, above all, of the subordinates standing highest and in closest and most intimate touch with him. My secretaries and their subordinates were responsible to me, and I accepted the responsibility for all their deeds. As long as they were satisfactory to me, I stood by them against every critic or assailant, within or without Congress. And as for getting Congress to make my mind up for me about them, the thought would have been inconceivable to me. My successor took the opposite, or Buchanan, view when he permitted and requested Congress to pass judgment on the charges made against Mr. Ballinger as an executive officer. These charges were made to the President. The President had the facts before him and could get at them at any time, and he alone had power to act if the charges were true. However, he permitted and requested Congress to investigate Mr. Ballinger. The party minority of the committee that investigated him, and one member of the majority, declared that the charges were well-founded and that Mr. Ballinger should be removed. The other members of the majority declared the charges ill-founded. The President abode by the view of the majority. Of course, believers in the Jackson-Lincoln theory of the presidency would not be content with this town-meeting majority and minority method of determining by another branch of the government what it seems the especial duty of the President himself to determine for himself in dealing with his own subordinate in his own department. There are many worthy people who reprobate the Buchanan method as a matter of history, but who in actual life reprobate still more strongly the Jackson-Lincoln method when it is put into practice. These persons conscientiously believe that the President should solve every doubt in favor of inaction as against action, that he should construe strictly and narrowly the constitutional grant of powers both to the national government and to the President within the national government. In addition, however, to the men who conscientiously believe in this course from high, although as I hold misguided motives, there are many men who affect to believe in it merely because it enables them to attack and to try to hamper for partisan or personal reasons an executive whom they dislike. There are other men in whom, especially when they are themselves in office, practical adherence to the Buchanan principle represents not well thought-out devotion to an unwise course, but simple weakness of character and desire to avoid trouble and responsibility. Unfortunately, in practice, it makes little difference which class of ideas actuates the President, who by his action sets a cramping precedent, whether he is high-minded and wrong-headed or merely infirm of purpose, whether he means well feebly or is bound by a mischievous misconception of the powers and duties of the national government and of the President, the effect of his actions is the same. The President's duty is to act so that he himself and his subordinates shall be able to do efficient work for the people, and this efficient work he and they cannot do if Congress is permitted to undertake the task of making up his mind for him as to how he shall perform what is clearly his sole duty. One of the ways in which by independent action of the executive we were able to accomplish an immense amount of work for the public was through volunteer unpaid commissions appointed by the President. It was possible to get the work done by these volunteer commissions only because of the enthusiasm for the public service which, starting in the higher offices at Washington, made itself felt throughout the government departments. As I have said, I never knew harder and more disinterested work done by any people than was done by the men and women of all ranks in the government service. The contrast was really extraordinary between their live interest in their work and the traditional clerical apathy which has so often been the distinguishing note of governmental work in Washington. Most of the public service performed by these volunteer commissions, carried on without a cent of pay to the men themselves and wholly without cost to the government, was done by men, the great majority of whom were already in the government service and already charged with responsibilities amounting each to a full man's job. The first of these commissions was the Commission on the Organization of Government Scientific Work, whose chairman was Charles D. Walcott. Appointed March 13, 1903, its duty was to report directly to the President upon the organization, present condition, and needs of the executive government work wholly or partially scientific in character, and upon the steps which should be taken, if any, to prevent the duplication of such work, to coordinate its various branches, to increase its efficiency and economy, and to promote its usefulness to the nation at large. This commission spent 4 months in an examination which covered the work of about 30 of the larger scientific and executive bureaus of the government, and prepared a report which furnished the basis for numerous improvements in the government service. Another commission, appointed June 2, 1905, was that on department methods, Charles H. Keep chairman, whose task was to find out what changes are needed to place the conduct of the executive business of the government in all its branches on the most economical and effective basis in the light of the best modern business practice. The letter appointing this commission laid down 9 principles of effective governmental work, the most striking of which was, the existence of any method, standard, custom, or practice is no reason for its continuance when a better is offered. This commission, composed, like that just described, of men already charged with important work, performed its functions wholly without cost to the government. It was assisted by a body of about 70 experts in the government departments chosen for their special qualifications to carry forward a study of the best methods in business, and organized into assistant committees under the leadership of Overton W. Price, Secretary of the Commission. These assistant committees, all of whose members were still carrying on their regular work, made their reports during the last half of 1906. The committee informed itself fully regarding the business methods of practically every individual branch of the business of the government, and effected a marked improvement in general efficiency throughout the service. The conduct of the routine business of the government had never been thoroughly overhauled before, and this examination of it resulted in the promulgation of a set of working principles for the transaction of public business which are as sound today as they were when the committee finished its work. The somewhat elaborate and costly investigations of government business methods since made have served merely to confirm the findings of the Committee on Departmental Methods, which were achieved without costing the government a dollar. The actual savings in the conduct of the business of the government through the better methods thus introduced amounted yearly to many hundreds of thousands of dollars, but a far more important gain was due to the remarkable success of the Commission in establishing a new point of view in public servants toward their work. The need for improvement in the governmental methods of transacting business may be illustrated by an actual case. An officer in charge of an Indian agency made a requisition in the autumn for a stove costing $7, certifying at the same time that it was needed to keep the infirmary warm during the winter because the old stove was worn out. Thereupon the customary papers went through the customary routine without unusual delay at any point. The transaction moved like a glacier with dignity to its appointed end, and the stove reached the infirmary in good order in time for the Indian agent to acknowledge its arrival in these words: "The stove is here, so is spring." The Civil Service Commission, under men like John McIlney and Garfield, rendered service without which the government could have been conducted with neither efficiency nor honesty. The politicians were not the only persons at fault. Almost as much improper pressure for appointments is due to mere misplaced sympathy and to the spiritless inefficiency which seeks a government office as a haven for the incompetent. An amusing feature of office seeking is that each man desiring an office is apt to look down on all others with the same object as forming an objectionable class with which he has nothing in common. At the time of the eruption of Mount Pelee, when among others the American consul was killed, a man who had long been seeking an appointment promptly applied for the vacancy. He was a good man of persistent nature, who felt I had been somewhat blind to his merits. The morning after the catastrophe he wrote, saying that as the consul was dead he would like his place, and that I could surely give it to him because even the office seekers could not have yet applied for it. The method of public service involved in the appointment and the work of the 2 commissions just described was applied also in the establishment of 4 other commissions, each of which performed its task without salary or expense for its members and wholly without cost to the government. The other 4 commissions were Commission on Public Lands, Commission on Inland Waterways, Commission on Country Life, and Commission on National Conservation. All of these commissions were suggested to me by Gifford Pinchot, who served upon them all. The work of the last 4 will be touched upon in connection with the chapter on conservation. These commissions, by their reports and findings, directly interfered with many placeholders who were doing inefficient work, and their reports and the action taken thereon by the administration strengthened the hands of those administrative officers who in the various departments, and especially in the Secret Service, were proceeding against land thieves and other corrupt wrongdoers. Moreover, the mere fact that they did efficient work for the public along lines new to veteran and cynical politicians of the old type created vehement hostility to them. Senators like Mr. Hale and congressmen like Mr. Tawney were especially bitter against these commissions, and towards the end of my term they were followed by the majority of their fellows in both houses, who had gradually been sundered from me by the open or covert hostility of the financial or Wall Street leaders and of the newspaper editors and politicians who did their bidding in the interest of privilege. These senators and congressmen asserted that they had a right to forbid the President profiting by the unpaid advice of disinterested experts. Of course, I declined to admit the existence of any such right, and continued the commissions. My successor acknowledged the right, upheld the view of the politicians in question, and abandoned the commissions to the lasting detriment of the people as a whole. One thing is worth pointing out. During the 7.5 years of my administration we greatly and usefully extended the sphere of governmental action, and yet we reduced the burden of the taxpayers, for we reduced the interest-bearing debt by more than $90 million. To achieve a marked increase in efficiency and at the same time an increase in economy is not an easy feat, but we performed it. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Recording by Amanda Hindman, Glen, Mississippi,